morning to everyone. Welcome to this World Combined Events Tour Championship, for the England Athletics Senior and Under 20 Championship on the World Championship rules, also UK rules. First event will start very shortly. At the moment we've got no hurdles at the start. To remind you, we've got 4 hits with the Athletics Senior. Those of you who got the fastest time going in the final race. So we're on the senior hurdles to be making ready to start as soon as possible. The running weight, therefore, it's about 8 minutes past 10. It's got 7 minutes to get down there and get ready for the first heat should be Sri Haven, Russia, Stephanie Hanna, Laura Foss from Germany, Laura Darcy and Amy McTurk.
Hello and welcome to the England Senior and Under 20 Combined Events Championships 2022. It's also doubling up as a silver standard meeting on the 2022 World Combined Events Tour. Under 18s will be looking to qualify for the European Youth Championships in Jerusalem, Israel, which take place in early July. Meanwhile, the under 20s will have their eyes on the World Juniors, which are in Nairobi, Kenya in early August. Many of the seniors will have their eyes on the Commonwealth Games that take place in Birmingham, of course, this summer. Some of them will have the standard already. Others will be looking to achieve that over the course of this weekend. We'll be opening the day with some sprint hurdles races, starting with the senior women's heats, of which there are 4. And there's lots of international talent on show too, due to its status as a silver standard meeting on the World Combined Events Tour. So we've got athletes from Switzerland, France, the Netherlands and Germany, all looking to set good marks early on in this outdoor season. For many of them, they'll be opening their outdoor season here in Bedford this weekend, while others will only be competing for the 2nd or 3rd time this year, so a lot of rust to shake off. Also a good opportunity to set a benchmark very early on. In a moment's time, we'll run you through the athletes going in this first race. Of course, Bedford, home to so many national championships here in England. Kind of infamously windy. But today it's quite tranquil as far as the wind is concerned. Couldn't be famous last words from me, but commentators curse. As it stands, early here temperature quite mild and wind not doing too much, which could be a benefit to these ladies getting ready to hurdle at the start of this morning. Of course, sometimes with the wind coming at an awkward angle, sprint hurdles is one of the events that it could be quite disruptive to.
Weighing 103, Sri Helena. She's a Loughborough boat, comes from the Netherlands, the best of 1901. And was 6th in the championship back in 2019.
You can see the athletes for this first of 4 women's 100 metre hurdles races just going through the motions before kicking off proceedings this morning.
Laura Voss, over at University in England at the moment. She hails from Germany. The regular competitor in the championships. She was the winner back in 2019. She's got a best of 15.33, although she has run sub-15 wind assisted. Laura Darcy wears 99. She goes in lane 4. Laura has run 15.39 this year and set the new personal best in the USA back in 2019, and she was 6th in the indoor championship this year. She completed the lineup in lane 5.
So just to take you through the athletes contesting the first race of the day. In lane 1 you've got Sri Helena, a Loughborough University student. In lane 2 you've got Bethany Harriman of Harlow AC. In lane 3 it's Laura Voss, the German athlete. In lane 4 Laura Darcy, and in lane 5 Amy McTaggart from Ireland. So just the 5 athletes going in this opening race. Who will be the one to throw down the gauntlet, make a big statement at the start of this senior women's heptathlon competition here in Bedford? Very, very strong field, as I mentioned. Lots of international talent on show. So a very good early season tune-up, if you like. So just to run you through the lineup again, it's Helena in 1, Harriman in 2, Voss in 3, Darcy in 4, and McTaggart in 5. very good start from Voss in the middle. Darcy is tight on her shoulder. Dirt duo of Voss and Darcy pulling away from the rest of the field. McTaggart is finishing strongly, but it's going to be Voss who takes it, stopping the clock at a time of 14.68 in the opening race of the day, senior women's 100-meter hurdles. So a very strong performance from the German Laura Voss, led from start to finish pretty much. Laura Darcy, her nearest competitor for most of the race, but Voss just began to pull away late on, had that better speed endurance. A very impressive performance from Voss. So Harriman to her left is hampered by knocking a couple of the hurdles early on. Darcy moving across her lane quite a lot. Obviously missed that during the race. McTaggart stumbling over the line after hitting the last hurdle quite strongly. Wonder what that impact will have on her points. So he's enjoying quite a good close to the race before that occurred. And that brings us on nicely to the second of the four senior women's 100-meter hurdle heats. We'll take you through that lineup in a moment's time, once they're warmed up a bit more.
Grace Bauer wears 97. Grace second in the England Under-20 Championships back in 2018, and a former English Schools winner and a Schools International. That's Grace now competing with one of the, I think it's Sales she's with now, but best of 14.74, Grace Bauer. Jo Rowland from Crawley, many times international, she wears 112.
So going in lane 1 in the second heat, Jordana Morrish of Bracknell AC. Alice Lineker, the City of York, is in 2. Grace Bauer goes in 3. Crawley's Jo Rowland in 4. Natasha Smith goes in 5. And Lauren Davey is in 6.
USA in the winter, 56, 5.646 score, and she's run 14.45 this year. That's Natasha Smith.
Natasha Smith, definitely going in lane 5 as someone who will hope to be on the podium come the end of the weekend. British champs, silver medalist from last year. But as she's well aware, there are lots of other athletes in the field of similar medal pedigree. So there'll be no easy cruise, no smooth sailing
The start list for the under-20
to the rostrum.
Actually on the scoreboard just below the announced box, we need to have a look at the heats there.
So the extra athlete in this race, 6 going compared to the 5 in the race before it. Of course, Laura Voss ran 14.68, or unofficially, of course. Wait for all the times to be confirmed. Obviously, a lot of the time, what you see on the clock can differ from the actual final recorded time. Just to run you through the athletes in the second senior women's 100 hurdles heat once more. It's Morrish in 1, Lineker in 2, Bauer in 3, Rowland goes in 4, Smith in lane 5, and Lauren Davey, the Welsh athlete, is in 6. It's fairly even to start off with. Davey begins to pull slightly ahead after the first 2 hurdles. Natasha Smith is fighting back well though, as is Alice Lineker on the inside. Natasha Smith enjoys a very good finish to her race, 14.46 she stops the clock at. was much closer than the first heat early on. But like Lineker and Smith began to come into their own. And in the end, it was Natasha Smith who, well, I'll give myself a pat on the back. I did earmark before the race. He came through to win it.
Just wait for confirmation that could be just 1/110 of the second down or 1/100 of the second outside the best time. It's 74.45.
We're very, very close to Natasha Smith's personal best time in the 100-meter hurdles.
Plus 0.3, so good personal best there for Laura Voss.
Indeed, Laura Voss in the heat before it did actually run a personal best herself. The wind moderate as I expected, just plus 0.3. And generally speaking, very, very good conditions here today.
Also, Amy Taggart at 15.45. Stephanie Hammond at 15.56. And Slade at 22.87.
So the penultimate senior women's heat about to get underway. Obviously, during the course of the day, we'll update you as much as we can regarding how the point situation develops and who's in what position. Of course, it can get oh so complicated in these combined events.
Anna McCoy also from Ireland. She wears 105. Again, a personal best in the USA this year.
Also trying to keep you updated regarding official confirmations of results and personal bests and season's best. As much as you can.
She wears 120.
We'll be witnessing more of a European contingent in this next senior women's hurdles race.
In 2021, 5604. Lauren Evans from Cardiff wears the 101, best of 1402. She was third.
And that'll be Sarah Connolly of Harrow AC, the Northern Irish athlete who goes in lane 1. Anna Macaulay, the City of Sheffield and Durn in lane 2. The Swedish athlete Clara Redbo goes in lane 3. Lauren Adams of Cardiff is in 4. Grace Morgan, compatriot of Cardiff Archers, is in lane 5. And Exeter Harriers Emily Tyrrell is on the outside in lane 6. So we've seen lots of athletes at personal best times already. Perhaps these athletes contesting Heat 3 can use that as a source of inspiration. With Connolly, Macaulay, Radbo, Evans, Morgan and Tyrrell. Heat 3, the senior women's 100 hurdles in this heptathlon. It's fairly even at the start again. Clara Redbo starting to come through in the middle, as is Lauren Evans. Redbo starts to fade. Evans and Connolly now progressing forwards, and it's Lauren Edwards who takes it. 13.85 she stops the clock at. Very, very swift from the Welshwoman. And if that is officially confirmed, then yeah, there'll be another personal best recorded so early on in this morning. This time for Lauren Evans. So lots of athletes enjoying the conditions out here in Bedford on this slightly chilly Saturday morning. It was Redbo and Evans in the middle, named 3 and 4, who both started strongly. Redbo, the Swede, was unable to maintain, whereas Evans just seemed to be getting quicker. Of course, as I'm sure you're aware, in the combined events, decathlon and heptathlon, the heats for each event are seeded based on the athlete's respective ability in that particular discipline. Hence why each heat is getting progressively faster. And in this fourth and final 100-meter hurdles heat, this is where all the big guns will take centre stage. Most notably Neve Emerson, who in 2018 at the Commonwealth Games on the Gold Coast in Australia came third, winning the bronze medal for England, recording a then personal best of 6,043 points. Should you be hoping for more success at the Commonwealth Games this summer? Also, European indoor silver medalist in 2019 in Glasgow in the pentathlon. World Junior gold in 2018 in Finland. So despite being only 23 years of age, she's won an array of accolades already. Neve Emerson, you can see her there in the purple of Loughborough University in lane 5.
He's got a best of 13.76, was the world under-20 champion back in 2018, and Commonwealth Games bronze medalist.
Also going in this race is Anne van der Wiel in lane 1 and her identical twin, Michael van der Wiel, in lane 4. Two Dutch athletes, both been Dutch champion twice. Jade O'Dowda of New Essex Beagles goes in lane 2. She came 7th in the 2018 World Juniors in Finland, 6th in last year's European Under-23s in Estonia. Jodie Smith, silver at the UK indoors this year, she's in lane 3. And Cecilia Perron, French athlete, 8th at the European indoors last year, she's out in lane 6. So it's Van der Wiel in 1, O'Dowda in 2, Smith in 3, Van der Wiel again in 4, Emerson in 5, and Perron in 6. So Jodie Smith going very well in lane 3 early on. O'Dowda coming up past her on her shoulder now. Emerson's hit a couple hurdles, but she's moving past Perron out to her right. But O'Dowda looks to have taken that in 13.73. There's lots of movement, lots of
Yep. Can tell you that Natasha Smith did just miss out by 1/100 of a second for a personal best, actually at 14.45. There was a good personal best done to Lauren Davey at 14.74. That's in second. Whistle going for the start of the women's under 20 hurdle. Imogen Davis, Holly Cramner, Stephanie Willis, Melissa Jones, Bryony Pavel, and Carrie Smith.
So we're back with the first of 3 under 20 women's 100 metre hurdles heats. It's Imogen Davis in 1, Holly Cramner in 2, Stephanie Brooks in 3, Melissa Chung in 4, Bryony Bovell in 5, and Karis Poole in 6. The starter just buying a bit of time there. Some problems with the blocks, I believe.
Channel 2.
Of course, in a couple of races that have gone before, there's a couple absentees from the names that I read out here in the start list that I have. We'll address that as the competition goes on.
Morning, Morris. Say nothing's changed, it's still late.
Here we seem to be missing Imogen Davis, who would have gone in lane 1. So it's Holly Cramner in 2, Stephanie Brooks in 3, Melissa Chung in 4, Bryony Bovell in 5, and Karis Poole in 6. Good start on the outside from Karis Poole. Chung and Bovell beginning to come into it now. Chung getting into her running, just edging past Bovell, but Bovell's clinging on.
Quite close finish here.
Very, very close finish on the line.
Chung coming through, very close to Bryony Bovell.
Between both Brooks and Chung. Have to leave that one to the photo finish team, because that was ever so close. A real battle between the two of them, the way one would edge ahead and then the other would respond, coming back in front themselves. Very, very impressive race. So my apologies, Imogen Davis did go, but she went in lane 2 rather than lane 1, and I think it was Karis Poole of Swansea Harriers who was absent.
13.84 for Laura. First time she's gone under 14. And Sarah Connolly, first and best in second place there, 14.12. 14.12.
Yeah, you can see how close it was between Brooks and Chung.
Conditions
Two athletes, number 42 and number 44 on the inside. It seemed like Chung had it, but she just seemed to lose her footing slightly after that final hurdle. Didn't land so easily. Meanwhile, Brooks kind of propelled off that final hurdle. Got a good bit of momentum towards the line. Obviously, as I alluded to earlier, it's really the small details that can have so much influence in these sprint hurdle races. If you even brush a hurdle, even mess up your stride pattern ever so slightly, it can throw your entire race off. So a couple absentees again in this second under-20 women's 100-metre hurdles heat for their heptathlon competition. But Rosella Togo goes for Berry AC. She's there on the inside, kind of slightly isolated, no athlete to her left or right. Erin Lobley of Hallam Shaharias, she's the next athlete out there. She's in lane 4. Molly Ann Curran of City of Lisburn, Northern Irish athlete, goes in 5. Iona Irvine of Oxford City AC is in 6. And Stockport's Stephanie Jones is in 7. So it's Togo, Lobley, Curran, Irvine and Jones. So we're underway with Heat 2 of this under-20 women's 100 hurdles, and Stephanie Jones is going very, very well around the outside. Iona Irvine gaining on her late on, as is Rosella Togo on the inside, but Stephanie Jones just about holds on to take it. An unofficial time of 15 seconds flat. So Jones seemed to get into her running the quickest, while the likes of Togo and Irvine, while they didn't have as good starts, really built on it well to apply pressure on Jones late on. It was a slight matter of too little too late. But I'll be glad to close down a gap by some margin. Of course, it all translates into points as part of the overall competition. Lovely technique from Togo there on the inside. See the way she plants her foot after every hurdle. Really good foot speed and cadence in between the hurdles. Very smooth hurdling from Jones to take the win.
Final race of the under-20 women's hurdles. In lane 1 for Cumbernauld, wearing 64. Hannah Watts, from 15.30 this year, was 3rd in the Scottish Championship, 5th in the Scottish Indoor Championship this year.
So the third and final heat of the under-20 women's 100-metre hurdles.
The first under-20 heptathlon, she's a world senior international and has run 15.28 this year.
All eyes will be on Abigail Powlett, who goes in lane 6. A Trafford AC athlete, is in fact the reigning champion, having won last year with a points total of 5,557.
She's a schools international and a very, very good high jumper. She won the English schools, the English championship.
So she'll be looking to retain her title.
It's the first under-20 heptathlon. Madison Hutton goes in lane 4. She wears 52.
In fact, apart from the under-20 men's competition, when it comes to the seniors and the under-20s, I believe all the other reigning champions are here. Lewis Church, we should hopefully see going in the senior men's decathlon later on. Jado Dowda is of course competing. The senior women's competition, she won here last year. And of course now Abigail Parlett in the under-20 women's.
Then in lane 6, Amy Kennedy, Cumberland North, US 56, from 15.01, second in the Scottish Championships last year, seventh in the indoor under-20 championships this year. She's a Scottish Schools International.
So going in lane 1 we have Hannah Wallace of Cumbernauld AC, the Scottish athlete. Ellie Rose Isaac is in 2, represents Cardiff Archers. Oxford City's Eloise Hind is in 3, representing Epsom and Ewell Harriers is Madison Hutton in lane 5, Abigail Powlett, who we mentioned earlier, goes in lane 6 for Trafford AC. Amy Kennedy came second at Scottish Championships, goes in lane 7. And Elise Fryer of Sale Harriers is in lane 8. So we seem to be missing Isaac, who would have gone in lane 3, but otherwise the full field. So it's Wallace in 2, Hind in 4, Hutton in 5, Powlett in 6, Kennedy in 7, and Fryer in 8. Again, another great start on the outside, this time from Eloise Fryer. Amy Kennedy has just eclipsed her though. So it's Amy Kennedy and Eloise Hind going very well. And Abigail Paulett takes it in a time of 13.79. So Abigail Paulett, as expected, making a strong start to her title defence here at the England Athletics Senior and Under-20 Combined Events Challenge. So it's all eyes on the outside lanes again. Apologies for the mix of voice. Amy Kennedy out there, but I believe that she didn't in fact contest this heat. But Abigail Paulett, as expected, a very, very dominant performance. Kind of Oxford City went well as well. Powlett managed to open up a sizable gap late on to stop the clock at 13.79. Yeah, apologies for the slight start list confusion. Which can cause a few issues early on when certain athletes were listed as competing don't actually in fact turn up on the start line, and others they weren't initially slated to complete do turn up. But that completes the under-20 women's 100-metre hurdle heats. There were 2 under-18 women's heats next, and then it will be the men's turn. So as you can see, the officials will just take a bit of time to adjust the hurdle heights.
I think I'm going to minimise the movement. Okay, I'm going to Get the stop and go to it. Yeah, it's like spinning. Are you live streaming it? Is this being live streamed?
Yes,
Oh cool. Who is it?
on England Athletic,
Oh, cool.
YouTube.
Thank you.
Yeah, the hurdles. Yeah, they're always like.
Last week was good. Yeah, I had a race, I think. I had a listing.
You came back to work. That was your best race there.
Yeah, no, because I think like the middle of the race, I was like quite yeah, so I think. Yeah, and that's like 3:50.
Yeah, so you're basing it against last year.
Yeah, thank you. And congrats, by the way.
Still recovering.
Yeah.
Next event for the senior women will be the high jump. So if you're involved in the high jump, then you need to start making your way over to the high jump tram. That's the senior women high jump. Incorporated in these championships this weekend, we've got published the under 18 as well for the trials, the under 18 men and under 18.
Yeah. Lean early. Even earlier. And keep there. Good.
So we're back with the under 18s girls 100 meter hurdles, of which there are 2 heats. Going in this first one, we've got Charlie Sampson, Charnwood AC, she's in 2, Sophie Doherty, Kingston AC and Tolly Harriet in 3. In lane 4 is Trafford AFC's Neve Davenport. In lane 5 there's Zion Emanuela Ateba. Going in 6, Highgate Harriers, we have Amani Scarlett Cola. So it's Samson, Doherty, Davenport, Ateba and Cola. So fairly even to begin with.
First race then for the under 18 girls.
Samson starts to fade, and now duo of Davenport and Ateba begin to come through in front. Very close battle between Davenport and Ateba. Davenport edges it in 15.58. So with the taller Davenport versus the diminutive Ateba.
So she's just outside that.
Over those last few hurdles, it very much looked like Ateba was about to pass her, but Davenport held on very, very well
I think the personal best there for Eloise Hind at
to seal the win.
14.44. Yeah, so previous best being 14.51.
As I mentioned earlier,
around 14.70.
European Youth Championships in Israel
last year.
in some of these athlete sites. Very, very smooth hurdling all around. I don't think a single hurdle was hit throughout that race. And it was Neve Davenport who stopped the clock.
Second race then on the track for this under 18s, Annabella Wilson. She goes in lane 1, wears 17, from 14.83 this year, was second at the Yeovil competition.
See, maybe a table which started to almost push too hard, overexert herself.
Grace wears 10, and 14.70 this year. She's yet to finish her Stafford, so
seemed to maintain her form a bit more.
In lane 3 from Chiltern.
So the second of 2 under 18 girls 100 meter hurdle heats.
Chisholm Norfolk.
We feature Arabella Wilson in lane 2, Winchester and District teammate Grace Colmer leading 3, Chisom Nwafo and Chiltern Harriers in lane 4, Sarah Rogers is in lane 5,
and then completing the lineup in lane 5, wearing 8, Daphne
completing the lineup in lane 6, wearing number 8 of City of Sheffield Dern is Daphne Adebayo. So it's Wilson, Coleman, Waffle, Rogers and Adebayo. Adebayo started strongly in the outside. Rogers coming through nicely too. Rogers starting to power away from the rest of the group. But Wilson and Coleman, the two Winchester teammates on the inside, doing their best not to let her get away. Wilson hits a hurdle, kind of disrupts her flow, but Rogers stops the clock at 14.35. So it looked like it was going to be a dominant win for Rogers in kind of the middle stages of the race. So beginning to pull away quite nicely when the Winchester duo, Wilson and Coleman, fought back. And Waffle had a late burst as well. Rogers still managed to hold on though. We'll take another look at that. Rogers very, very composed, very, very focused. Coleman looks very happy with that. See her almost applauding herself there after crossing the line. Suspension was neck and neck between her and her teammate on the inside. Her teammate Wilson just clattered that last hurdle. Managed to regain her footing. Probably lost a couple hundredths there, could say. And now the hurdles have to be moved about and readjusted once more in preparation for the senior men's 100 meters. So the men will have their sprint hurdles taking place tomorrow morning. Their competition, of course, begins with the 100 meters. And again, a very, very strong field on show.
Winning time in the first of the
Less international athletes than the senior women's field, but it's still brimming with quality.
Atiba, two first numbers, 15.79. First to best all set to Sarah Doherty at 16.51.
Amazing stuff. Fastest time. Deeper. Race 2, please, Kevin.
It is, of course, a good weekend to be a combined events fan. Of course, the esteemed Gutsis Hypo meeting also taking place this weekend, with the top decathlon and heptathlon talents from around the world, including Damon Warner and Katarina Johnson-Thompson. It's not any reason to leave or ignore us, though, where 2 screens will, of course, come in handy.
Under 18 races, a massive personal best for Seven Rogers, 14.33.
In a few moments' time, we'll take you through the athletes going in the first senior men's 100 metre heat.
Second place there around 14.60, also personal best. Chisholm, Newford, Chilton.
It's also a good opportunity to peruse the schedule for the rest of the day,
That's a massive personal
following
best.
the senior men's 100 metres,
With Annabelle Wilson running
the 100 metres for the
14.83, equals her personal best.
lower age groups.
And Daphne Adebayo, 15.16.
During that, the senior women's high jump will get going. After these 100 metres, the men turn their attention to the long jump. We'll take a bit of a break from the track for a few hours, actually. Then there'll be some shot put, some more high jump, before we close the day with some 400 metres and 200 metres. So much going on, as you can expect, a bit of toing and rowing between different areas of the track and the field, but
You'll need to be ready for the start of your
we're not complaining. The more athletics, the better.
Hurdles are off the track now. There are 4 races for the senior men. In race 1 we should have Ryan Boniface, Harry Wheeler, Scott Ram, Theo Adesina, Jamie Woolman, Christian Brown and Alistair Stanley.
Have I got Ryan? Ryan here. Harry?
Ryan Boniface wears 67, Warm Ringer School's high jump champion. Got a best of 11.59. Harry Wheeler from Cardiff wears 93. Harry's got a best time of 11.84. Scott Ram, Amber Valley, wears 8.55. Scott's got a best time of 11.54. Still under 23, Scott. Theo Adesina wears 65. Got a best time of 11.41. It's his first year as a senior. Jamie Woolman, 94. First year senior, got a best of 11.50. Christian Brown from Basildon, wears 69. Christian got a best time of 11.27. Christian goes in lane 6. And Alistair Stanley wears 88. And he's in the outside lane, got a best of 11.87.
She's finished when Shrewsbury and London was training. So, and the payment was decent wage, you know, so it was quite good, but that's good to have on the CV.
Housekeeping notice, athletes' lunches are now available in the indoor warm-up area. That's the lunches for athletes are now available in the indoor warm-up area. Officials' lunches will be up in the officials' room.
I keep meeting them everywhere. Lane 5, this first race.
In the high jump competition, which will be getting underway shortly for the senior women, a number of these girls have got personal best in excess of 175.
So as I mentioned, the field events are starting to get underway. Senior women's, after their exploits in the 100 metre hurdles, will now turn their attention to the high jump. Primary focus will be on these 100 metres for now, but we'll try and show you both jump between the two As you've seen, there's a lot of time between each heat, so we definitely should be able to. To go in the first of 4 senior men's 100 metre races, Ryan Boniface, Harry Wheeler, Scott Ram, Theo Adesina, Jamie Warman, Christian Brown and Alistair Stanley. Ryan Boniface on the inside for Basingstoke and Midhants. Very, very talented high jumper. So I'm sure he can't wait to get on the infield. English schools high jump champion at one point, I do believe. And the athlete just going through their final motions before kicking off this senior men's decathlon competition. So of course, just to remind you, the race is almost like to get incrementally faster because of course they are seeded in combined events competition. So some of the athletes going in this heat will perhaps not see 100 meters as their strongest event, probably shine in other areas over the course of this decathlon competition. But just to remind you of the lineup for the first of 4 senior men's 100 metre races. This Group D is Ryan Boniface in lane 2, Harry Wheeler in 3, Scott Ram 4, Theo Adesina in 5, Jamie Warman in 6, and Christian Brown and Alistair Stanley rounding off the lineup on the outside. So strong from Adesina and Ram to his left. Christian Brown beginning to get into his running. Adesina fades slightly. Christian Brown stops the clock at 11.11. It's a very, very good running for him. Theo Adesina just seemed to ease down slightly, or perhaps be a bit distracted by Scott Ram to his left. We'll have to take another look at that. He did start very well, him and Ram. Well, Brown in lane 7 gradually got going. So you can see Brown powering away, but seemed very, very happy with that, and understandably so. So it was very, very close for much of the race. Brown did well to maintain his speed. Certainly an athlete who looks very powerful while running. It's a very, very strong start to the competition as well. Of course, as mentioned, typically the races get incrementally faster. But that might actually be one of the quickest 100-meter times we'll see across these 4 heats. Going in this second senior men's 100-meter race, we've got Joshua Strudwick with Basingstoke in mid-hand, Reading's Kevin Cranmer, Luke Burrion is in lane 4, Evan Campbell's in 5, Douglas Knoll of Invicta East Kent goes in 6, Rory Howarth of Team Bath in 7, and another Basingstoke and mid-hand athlete is in lane 8, that's Daniel Thomas. So good turnout for the Basingstoke lot today. Not just in this race, you see in the good view of their contingent already this morning.
Was a former English schools international. Completing the lane in lane 8, Daniel Thomas from Basingstoke. He wears 91, got a best of 11.56, 4th in the Southern Championships last year. On your mark.
So it's Strudwick, Cranmer, Bruin, Campbell, Noel, Howarth and Thomas. Bruin goes very, very well early on, powering away, a bit of gap between him and the other athletes. But Strudwick is contending with him late on. Bruin just about holds on to take it in 11.29. Couple empty lanes can always make it quite difficult to see how athletes compare until late on, but it was a dominant win for Luke Bruin, who's probably run a big personal best, of course, waiting for the time to be ratified and confirmed. But his prior personal best was 11.51, so something o'clock at 11.29. You would think he shaved quite a lot off his prior 100-meter lifetime best. He drove brilliantly, did Bruin. Strudwick was perhaps actually edging it slightly around the middle stages though. Again, it was another good battle where the leads may have actually changed hands a couple times. It's Elliot Thompson there in the England vest, of course. Son of the double Olympic champion and British record holder Daley Thompson. was actually a late comer to athletics, not taking out the sport until his early 20s. I think he was 23 when he began his athletics journey. He was fifth for the British champs last year. Back in 2019, he won the South of England Championships and the Home Countries International up in Sports City in Manchester. So he could be one to watch during the duration of the competition. The reigning champion Lewis Church will feature in this race too, though. There's Callum Newby, who won the under-20 men's competition last year, making his step up to the seniors. We'll see how he fares. Not disappointingly, I don't seem to make out Lewis Church. He was supposed to be running with number 72. And it seems to be a DNS.
Howard Bell goes in lane 5. Elliot Thompson wears 92, and he's got a best of 11.38. Callum Newby from Edinburgh, and then the lineup can be with Tom Chandler.
So in his second senior men's 100 metre heat, Jordan Mitchell. Slater's going 1, Lewis Church is going 2. Neither appear to be here. We do have Troy McConville though, Nicholas Jerome, Howard Bell, Elliot Thompson, Callum Newby and Tom Chandler. And we're underway. Second heat. An athlete seems to pull up. I think that could be Nicholas Jerome. Callum Newby powers ahead. The other 4 athletes were very, very close behind him. Callum Newby stops the line at 11.24. Boy, stumbled there after crossing the line. Just struggling to make out which athlete it was that seemed to pull up injured. Based on the start, I thought it was Troy Conville, but the number doesn't seem to match up. I think it's actually Howard Bell of Woodford Green, the Essex Ladies, who unfortunately will bow out of the competition. The first hurdle.
In the final race, these are the real speedsters.
Very, very good running from Callum Newby though. Obviously I mentioned before the race, will he be able to make the step up from the under 20 to the seniors? And well, that race is anything to go by. He's made very, very light work of it.
His former school's international count. In lane 2, Charlie Rowe from Goodisland wears 86. Charlie's been off the scene for a little while.
So the fourth and final men's 100 metre heat.
Sports City in August last year.
The senior women's high jump is underway, by the way. Try and join that. But of course, catching a couple jumps there. I believe that's Natasha Smith, clearing 1 metre 62.
Tom, good job, sir. Absolutely good.
Well, for the time being, our attention is on the last of these senior men 100 metre heats. Going in this one, we've got Cal McLennan in lane 1. In lane 2, there's Charlie Rowe. John McFarland's in 3. Sam Talbot in 4. Harry Maslin in 5. In 6 is Caius Joseph. Harry Kendall will be running in lane 7, and Daniel Ryan is in 8. Couple athletes here based out in the States. Harry Maslin, silver and bronze in the NCAA Div 2 championships in 2019 and 2018 respectively, competing for Angelo State University, which is based in Texas. So that's Harry Maslin, he's in lane 5. And Joel McFarlane in lane 3, also based out in Texas. He studies at and competes for the University of Texas, San Antonio. Coming into this in good form though is Sam Talbot. He's in lane 4. Represented GB at the 2015 World Youth Championships, 2016 European Youth Championships, and the 2017 European Juniors. Got a big new personal best of 7,643 points to win the Brian Clay Invitational in California last month. Quite a lot of the combined eventers competing here today participated in that event out in the States. Of course, so many British athletes off to the States, get the warm weather training done and get a few early season outdoor competitions under their belt, and he was one of them. So in his 4th and final senior men's 100 metre heat, Ismet Leonard in 1, Rowe in 2, Farland 3, Talbot 4, no Maslin it seems, Joseph in 6, Kendall in 7, and Ryan in 8. So Sam Talbot gets into his running very, very quickly. Sam Talbot powering away. Caius Joseph also going well. Kendall fighting with Joseph on the outside, but Sam Talbot holds on. 10.74. Gosh, that's rapid from him. His prior personal best was 10.97. So yeah, that's confirmed. He's another athlete who's knocked a massive chunk of his prior lifetime best. Great running there from Sam Talbot. A shriek from his friends and family, I believe, in the crowd when they saw the clock stop at that time. Split screen view now, you can see women's high jump in the bottom corner of the screen. Still at 1.62 meters. Yeah, Sam Talbot earning 922 points there. The time has been officially rounded down to 10.73. Very impressive running for the Sheffield and Durham athlete. I did mention before. My picks, I can't lie, coming out trumps today, boy. So earmarked him as someone to watch, someone who come into this in good form. That his battles with injuries over the years has kind of, I guess, hindered his transition from a youth junior athlete into a senior one, but very, very good year, a good season to be in good form. Of course, the Commonwealth Games, very much a transitionary event. Of course, it's good that I'm saying this while Neve Emerson is in the bottom right corner, prepping for her go at this women's high jump, because she was someone who had a real breakthrough at the Commonwealth Games. I mentioned earlier in the commentary, 2018 in Gold Coast. So it does provide a good opportunity for a lot of athletes to make that transition from junior to senior. It's an international event with, for understandable reasons, a very domestic feel. And of course the fact that it's in England again, a home crowd, probably spur a lot of these athletes on further. See, the Birmingham Diamond League took place last week. A lot of people were marvelling at the new look Alexander Stadium, the new look expanded stadium. Tracks had a fresh lick of paint. Stands all looking very, very swanky. I can imagine a lot of athletes watching that on TV or in a crowd. or even competing. Just imagining how great the atmosphere will be during the Commonwealth Games this summer.
Rick Bruin's time has been confirmed as 11.30, so that's the first event with a legal win as well.
So next up we've got 3 under-20 men's 100 metre races. In the time being, you can enjoy the senior women's high jump in the bottom corner. The bar's now been raised to 1.65 meters. So Celia Perron, the French athlete, just failing there with her first attempt to 165. Of course, just before her we saw Natasha Smith with another clearance. She just slightly brushed the bar, but safely over it for the next height. Another athlete over, that's Jordana Morris, Bracknell AC. Of course, very, very crucial to have those first time clearances for when it comes to count back, if it comes to count back. If you finish on the same height as another athlete, I guess it's probably not as relevant in a combined events competition because really and really all you care about is the points total, but you know, that little competitive element in you. There's Lauren Evans. She ran ever so well in her 100 meter hurdles heat to get the win. Now we come around to second attempts now. There's Celia Perron attempting to make up for a first time failure at this height of 165. And she clears it with considerable ease.
First 3 races for the under 20 men, and we can all take a bit of a breather.
So we'll return to the senior women's high jump in a moment, but for now, just the 3 under 20 men's 100 meter heats to negotiate.
In race 1 we've got Will Hoddy. In lane 2 he wears 24. It's his second year as an under 20 and he's running 11.74 this year. And we're 6th in the indoor under 20 championships in the winter. In lane 3 wearing 39.
In race 1 we've got the 2 Wills on the inside. Lanes 2 and 3, Will Hoddy and Will Sutton. In lane 4 there's Sam Coupland of Southport Waterloo. Going in lane 5 it's Sheffield and Durn's Nathan Ramsey. Lane 6 Joe Frew of Reading AC. Northern Irishman Alex McConville is in 7. And completing the lineup on the outside is Jamie Hopkins of Liverpool Pembroke and Sefton Harriers AC. That's a mouthful.
Was 9th in the English Championship last year.
You always have to wonder what athletics club's obsession with the name Harriers is. It's often been a discussion topic on many a commentary. I believe it's a type of bird. It's always interesting how different sports have their different names that they tend to attribute to teams. Obviously in football, what is it? Probably United or Rovers or whatever. In athletics, it's Harriers. So women's high jump barrier now at 168. Pressing upwards very, very quickly, Natasha Smith. Just knocking it over with like top of the back.
Sam Talbot, a personal best 10.73. Harry Kendall, a personal best 10.77.
Obviously, I've been multitasking, having to keep my eyes on multiple things, but not sure if Neve Emerson has actually entered the competition yet. I believe she could be entering at a later height. Perron with another first-time failure. Of course, she needed 2 attempts to go over 165, and she may well need as many or more for 168. Here's Morris, Bracknell athlete. She's safely over, obviously coming from the other angle, different lead-off leg. So we'll just look at this jump and then we'll fully turn our focus to this under 20 men's 100 metres that's about to get underway. So it's Hoddy into Sutton in 3, his namesake, also Will. Sam Coupland of Southport Waterloo does not go in 4, but Ramsey does in 5, Frew in 6, McConville in 7, and Hopkins in 8. So Frew's going very well for Reading AC. Ramsey's just on his shoulder. Frew starting to pull away. Good running on the inside from Will Hoddy. Clock stops at 11:36, and believe Frew just about held on.
11.36. 11.36. You'd love to confirm that's just outside his best time. It stands at 11.24.
Personal best of 11.24. Reading's Joe Frew. So not enjoying the same success with personal bests that perhaps other athletes have had today, but still very, very good running, of course. I think anyone familiar with athletics, any athletes will know you don't go into events expecting to run personal bests all the time, of course. It's pretty much a rarity, which is why it's so great to see so many athletes enjoying success on that front early on today.
Second year in the age group, he's got a best of 11.69. It's his first in the captain and was third in the Scottish Indoor Championship.
So women's high jump bar still at 1.68 meters.
Goes in lane 4. It's his first under 20 in the captain. His first year in the age group. He's got a best of 12.41. Alistair Slizziger from Windsor. Goes in lane 5.
The under 20 women's high jump is actually going simultaneously. Unfortunately, we don't have that many pairs of eyes, so our focus will stay on the seniors. Jodie Smith there, not particularly close on her second attempt at 168, just the middle of her back going through the barrier. Bar, should I say. You see the officials just adjusting the bar in the under 20s.
Second year in the age group, got a best of 11.85, was seventh in the England under 20 Indoor Championship in the winter, and was fourth in the English School Championship of this venue last year.
And now heat 2 of the under 20 men's 100 metres. Got a couple absentees in this race. Tried to make out to the best of our ability who is actually going in this one. So I believe there's Alistair Mackay, Josh Robinson, Alexander Sturzaker, Louis Morrison, Carl Neal, and Craig Moncur. I don't think Edward Foy will be contesting this one. I think it's either Edward Foy or Natan Witkowski who's absent. So heat 2 of the under 20 men's 100 metres. Good running on the outside from Craig Moncur. On the inside as well, Foy is going well, but here comes Louis Morrison at Trafford AC. Louis Morrison at Trafford AC taking that at 11.43. Just quietly steaming through the middle. And that should be a new personal best for him by a big gap. It was like watching tennis, that race, just shuttling your gaze from lane 8 to lane 1, lane 8 to lane 1. And then, Morrison comes through the middle and takes it. So the high jump bar now at 1.71 metre for the senior women.
The final race in lane 1, wearing 19, one of the outstanding youngsters from last year.
And that's Clara Rudbo, the Swedish athlete. Here's another look at heat 2 of the under 20 men's 100 metres. Of course, Louis Morrison of Trafford strode clear to 11.43 unofficially, a new personal best.
English schools, the Catholic champion last year, he's got a best of 11.65. That's the under 20. Memory serves me right, he held today. That's Stephen Simmons. In lane 3, we should have had Murray Pottingham, but there's been a late withdrawal from Scotland there, Murray. It would have been favourite for the title, which.
Very, very good running from him.
Sammy Moore to set a good score. Adam Hall goes in lane 4 from Team Lothian from Penn, Scotland. Adam wears 25, also one of the contenders for the medal. He's run 11.3 this year, 11.03 that is. Sorry, that was last year, 11.03. Second excellent. One of the top captains last year, the second in the England under 20 championship at this stadium in 21. Patrick Morgan, very much an improvement, Patrick. He goes in lane 5, Hanniford County, wears 30, and Patrick has run 11.61, second in league schools last year. This is his second year in the age group. With Preston, Stoke wears 37, another young man who's improving greatly. He's run 11.82.
So third and final under 20 men's 100 metre heat. And we have Sammy Ball of Reading AC, he's in lane 1. Stephen Simmons of the local club on his home track. Bedford and County AC, he's in lane 2. Giffnock North's Murray Fotheringham does not appear to be present. Said that like a teacher reading a register in school. Adam Halder goes in lane 4, Team East Lothian. Hereford and County's Patrick Morgan's in 5. City of Stokes Owens Proston in 6. Ben Pitts, Ramber Valley. Sneeve Emerson's club in 7. Now George Asprey of Aldershot Farnham District is in lane 8. Third and final heat of the under 20 men's 100. So Adam Hall of East Lothian striding very well in the middle. He's already lost Patrick Morgan, but on the inside Sammy Ball applies some pressure. 10.84 though. I believe that could be the very first time that he's dipped under 11 seconds. Adam Hool. Previous personal best was 11.03. It's a shame that his fellow Scott Fotheringham isn't here, because of a personal best of 10.87. Fotheringham and Hall might have pushed each other to run even faster. Here's Morris though, women's high jump, first attempt at 1.71. Got decent elevation there, just didn't seem to be able to maneuver herself over the bar effectively enough. It's another look at the third and final heat of the under 20 men's 100 metres. Very good arm action from Hall. See how delighted he was when he glanced at the clock. That emphatic clenching of the fist. High jump official just conferring with Lauren Evans there. It's Celia Perron, or Clara Redbow I should say, with another clearance. Second time at 1.71. She's through as we're approaching the business end of this women's high jump.
Okay guys, can you get back and raise the race please?
It's Natasha Smith again now. Just seemed to maybe lose a bit of momentum, lose a bit of speed there. Just before her leap. And now here's Perron. Seemed to get her run up all wrong there. Hasn't had the smoothest competition. Well, the likes of Radbo and Smith have been getting their clearances wrapped up earlier. She's probably had a few more failures than her peers. It's Morris again. Don't know whether we'll get this in before the under 18 boys 100 metres. Looks like we will. And now she's through 1.71. Lovely clearance from her. So, under 18 boys 100 metres, we have Suleiman O'Wheels of Cheltenham and County, Jay Cooker Berry, Sales Morgan White, Lifford Strabane Finn O'Neill, Wickham's Ryan Wells, Will Reid in lane 7, and Patrick McLean Tatton in lane 8 on the outside. It's the only under 18 boys 100 metre race. As you can see, there's a few absentees as well. Finn O'Neill's going well, the Northern Irishman. Here comes Ryan Wells though. Good battle going on. O'Neill, Reid, McLean Tatton. Very close between those. Struggled to call it. Maybe it was Will Reid in lane 7. Nonetheless, the clock stopped at 11.61. Again, I have to leave that to the professionals to call that one, the photo finish team, because that was ever so close on the outside.
Doesn't matter where you are, okay? Yeah. 36? Yeah. Doesn't matter where you are, just, yeah. You alright? Yeah, that's a good idea. Or the range? Yeah, you're right. 3-5. Nice. Good. Go back to like basics and stuff, so you can come across that yeah. Well, good start. So it's
So obviously that's not the best of angles to catch a photo finish, but it looks as if Reid might have just dipped slightly earlier and clinched out.
You know, you do on a second quicker.
the Northern Irish one. Here comes Brian Wells.
Again, it can be so hard to compare when athletes aren't in adjacent lanes.
Preparation.
Yeah, I think it is Will Reed.
I'm just a raw athlete. I don't worry about
O'Neill just seemed to be a little bit too tense in the latter stages. Reed able to power through and take it. Women's high jump bar now at 1m74. So you've got 3 views now, so we can see the under 20s and see the seniors. So that's a first time failure. It's 1m74 for Anna Macaulay of Sheffield and Durn. Here's Smith again. So it's another first time failure at 174. Starting to get much more difficult. Can't quite make out what the bar is at for the under 20 women's. In fact, I think rather than the under 20 women's, I think that's the other group of the seniors. Just witnessed Joe Rowland there with her attempt. Lauren Evans, clear at 174, her first attempt. Leaving some of her rivals to sweat it out. Their remaining attempts at this height. Well, she's safely through. Early doors. Decent turnout here in Bedford, if I'm not mistaken. It very much could be. You can see GB decathlete Ashley Bryant in around talking to different people, catching a glimpse of the action. Always good to see other athletes support their peers. Quite an animated reaction there. And our attention was purely be on the field for the next few hours. Anna Macaulay, that's her second time failure at 174. So now back to Natasha Smith with her second attempt at this height. The referee had a very good start to the competition in the hurdles. She's been soaring through the different heights here. But now it's going to be slightly tense for her, as 1m74 will go to a third and final attempt for her and a few others, to be quite honest. This is Laura Voss of Germany. Her final attempt, but before that we'll have Clara Radbo. She's been the most impressive so far, but unfortunately there she doesn't seem close to clearing 174, and she'll bow out of the senior women's high jump. So now here's Laura Voss. Oh, that was ever so close, and she knows it. You can tell from her reaction. She'll unfortunately bow out of this high jump competition too, but she did most of the job. You know, good momentum on the run up, good elevation. Managed to maneuver most of her body over the bar. It just seemed to be her legs got in a bit of a tangle. Here's Macaulay though. What can she do in her third attempt? Can she buck the trend? No, she can't. It was another close one though. But we're seeing a lot of casualties here at 1m74. Back to Smith, her third and final attempt. She wants a bit of help from the crowd, getting a few people clapping her in. She had a bit of problems with run up there. I don't think you could fully make it out on your screen, but she seemed to shorten her strides drastically just before her jump. It kind of shows that she got her stride pattern a bit wrong. And as soon as that happens, the odds are most definitely not in your favour. So unfortunately, another casualty at 174. And the barrier moves up 3 more centimetres to 1m77. So for the other senior women's high jump group, on the top left of your screen, I think you just saw Jade O'Dowda clear 1m65 first attempt. So for the bar for them is slightly lower. That's the group that could say less proficient in this particular event. I did mention that throughout each competition you'll notice that each event is seeded. So athletes go up against other athletes with similar ability in that discipline. Just helps push them. Now, Neve Emerson has been battling injury over the past few years, but on her day, at her very best, back in 2018, at the World Junior Championships in Tampere, Finland, she won with a 1m89 jump. She hasn't bettered that since. As I mentioned, due to injury, she's had a limited opportunity to do so. Just gives you a glimpse of what she's capable of. So do you wonder whether she may open her account in this competition soon? Maybe she already featured. But I don't think she would have gone in at such a low height. See, we've had so many different things to keep track of. Here's Morris at 177. Didn't really look close. Perhaps he jumped a bit far from the high jump bed because he seemed to be leaning too much into it. I think the back of her neck hit the bar there. So the second group are now at 168. They've also gone up a few centimetres. As we last spoke about them. Here's another attempt at 177 though. Oh, that's a lovely clearance. Really sped up nicely and into a leap. Their first time clearance at 177 for Lauren Evans of Cardiff. Getting into personal best territory for Lauren Evans, in fact. Good sign that she cleared 177 at the first time of asking. Previous best of 180 she actually achieved as recently as this year on her way to silver at the Welsh Indoors in Cardiff. And that successful jump guarantees she'll have an attempt at equaling that today. Here comes Jordana Morris. And again, this might be a bit too much of an ask for her. Neither of those two attempts suggested that she's close to clearing this high. Of course, you never know. Her coach is right there in front of me. You can hear him beckoning instructions from afar. High jump is actually one of her stronger events. That said though, her best of 179 she achieved back in 2013. This is probably the closest, one of the closest she's got to that since. So perhaps a return to form for her. On the near side of the track, the men's long jump is just getting underway. So perhaps we'll get you a bit of that instead of Group B of the women's high jump. We'll still focus on the business end of the senior women's high jump. The main group is now at 177, but also try and get you some of the men's long jump that just began. Final attempt for Jordana Morris. and it's not to be today. I did mention that she wasn't really seeming to make inroads at this height of 177. Still been a very good performance for her. 174 is in the upper echelons of what she's jumped before. Shrug of the shoulder to one of her fellow competitors there. Seems to be reasonably happy with that. She has every right to be. So in its main group, the bar's now being raised to 180. As I mentioned, for a lot of athletes win personal best, equal personal best territory. One of them is Lauren Evans, who's running in now. Of course, the great Mark Shearman just blocking our camera there. It's a first time failure for Lauren Evans, so she's got 2 more jumps to work it out at this height. As I mentioned, she jumped this on her way to silver in the high jump of the Welsh indoors in late January. Can she replicate that in the outdoor setting?
There's one jump getting underway. Opens down to 6 meters 83. The first round, 6 meters 83. Progress to 7.5.
It's just a bit of a lull as we wait for this next attempt at 180. Meanwhile, in the second group, the bar is now at 171. So Lauren Evans with a second attempt at 1 meter 80. Good momentum with the run up. Her jump seems to be slightly flat, I would say. I wonder if there she just had liftoff from a bit too close in. She's definitely capable of doing this. Well, you know, we know for a fact that she's capable of doing this because she's done it, but reasonably close to both attempts. Again, there, most of her body seemed to be clear.
Forward to seeing this play today.
Phil, best of luck, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Interesting, I think. In front of the owners once again.
You know, as you can see, the men's long jump in the top left of your screen.
Interesting, he's gone back, Luke, to the team that beat Stockport, almost like he's trying to rediscover the formula.
100%. Obviously, you have trials and tribulations as a manager. You tried things, and for me, the FA Trophy wasn't something you wanted to try. You've gone with left side set up, and it didn't really work. You've gone back to it, and like I said, this was the last time we put up a performance.
Caius Joseph there on the runway.
Perform like they did for the last 60 minutes in that game. I
And of course, they've got the weapons for Brexit. We know that. They've invested heavily for someone like Ollie Palmer. You've got to give him the bullets for his gun to fire.
Callum Newby was ever so impressive in the 100 metres. 6 metres 75 was his opening jump of the long jump. Now attention down to Lauren Evans in the top right of the screen. Third and final attempt at 1 meter 80. Let's see what she can do. That is such a shame.
You look at the goals on the screen now. He's pulling little angles from being in
ends up striding through. Just couldn't get her try pattern check. It's a big shame because, as I mentioned, she looked capable of doing it today. Her first 2 attempts were relatively close. Did offer plenty sign of hope.
Do they need to get more from the players behind them? Maybe specifically their player of the year in young Jordan Davis.
See the state that leaves this women's high jump competition in. That could be the end of it unless there are 1 or 2 people who will be entering at a much higher height. So we've got to wait and see whether that's the case. Obviously, I mentioned Neve Emerson. I'm not sure what's gone on there because, of course, we've had our eyes on multiple different things. Can be one of many things. Either she entered surprisingly early and things didn't go to plan, or, as you would expect, she'll be looking to open her competition late at a much higher height. The officials do seem to be talking to a couple of the athletes though, so we'll just keep an eye on that. But for now, you've still got the men's long jump, the top left of your screen. Meanwhile, the second women's high jump group still at 171. There's a few athletes currently at that height. So for the Group A of the women's high jump, the athletes do seem to be getting their things together, their equipment together, packing their bags to leave the infield. It's just the Group A is over and done with. So now on the top right, we've got Group B for you there. It's an unsuccessful attempt to 171. There's Bethany Harriman will have a third and final attempt at that height. It's a shame though, it does make you wonder if there's an injury concern of Neve Emerson. Perhaps I'm speculating too much or whatnot, but she has had her injury problems in the past. We did see her warming up for the high jump, but certainly me personally, I didn't catch her jumping.
Yes, now he was racing out there was less than 171. Racing for the schools, champion schools international.
So Grace Bauer, their third and final attempt at 171, equaling her previous personal best. What a way to do it as well. You can see her just come to near where the hoardings are to talk to her coach, beaming with a grin, and show the opportunity for an outright personal best at 174. Very nearly another clearance at the third attempt. 171 for the next athlete. .6'7" there for Ryan Boniface. Amazing Stoker made hands with his second go on the long jump. And you see like that second go. Looks like a toy or a playground activity. First and second go in the swings. There you go, Sebco. That's my piece of innovation for athletics. Incorporate the playground into it. Don't quote me on that. .557 there for Joshua Strudwick. Another athlete who impressed in the 100 metres. Made a very close finish on the line in his heat. And I believe he was up against the next athlete on the runway there, Luke Bruin of Loughborough University. The winner in the 100 metres. Added to his points tally, what can he do here? Looks to be around mid 6 metres. What ends up on the board will be a real test of my eyesight. Specsavers are going to make an example of me. .7 meters 2 for Luke Bruin. In my defence, I am viewing it from an angle. But that's a very, very impressive jump to exceed 7 meters.
Luke Bruin, who came into the competition with a list of 670, is now 7
And I can confirm as well that that jump from Luke Bruin, I think is about a 30 centimetre increase on his previous personal best. It was 670. So that makes that jump all the more impressive.
Deep enough, right? But you just hesitated, you know, instead of driving in, Come on, Jade. Come on, Jade, let's go. Get up hard.
When Sam George was a junior.
And furthermore, that leap of 7 meters 2 centimeters, I think will score him 814 points. So Group B of this women's high jump still going on. Bar now at 1.77 meters.
Come on. Come on. Stay away.
So the points really being racked up now by Jade O'Dowda. technique there. Again, could have perhaps generated a bit more momentum. There's Callum Newby on the long jump runway. He really, really impressed from the outside lane in 100 metres, soaring to the win in his race. Let's have a look at what his jump is measured at and his second long jump attempt. 686 from Callum Newby. Plenty time to improve, and that's already an improvement from his first attempt mark. 686, equivalent to 781 points. He's also getting increasingly close to his personal best of 6 metres 93, so plenty of time for him to improve on that and perhaps breach the 7 metre mark. Here's Caius Joseph though, getting the crowd on his side, clapping. Oh, and a lot of appreciation for his eventual leap. He's looking back at it, not showing too much expression. Lots of applause from the crowd, which suggests it could be something decent though. And 694. Obviously I referred to this, as one of the first events of the outdoor season for a lot of these athletes. There's rush to shake off. I think we're seeing that the way that these long jumps are gradually getting better. With people almost having to find their feet again. Of course, a lot of them would have competed through the indoors, but outdoors can often be a very different proposition, what with the wind and the variable conditions. 705 was Caius Joseph's best though, achieved back in 2019. Indoors this year he got 689. .577 there for Harry Wheeler. That brings us nicely into the third round. Very good speed generated on the long jump runway there by Scott Ram. His eventual jump though did seem to be relatively flat. You see Theo Adesina there having a very animated reaction to his jump. I think it may have been a foul. Very audibly expressing his disgust, if you like, at the jump that he just produced. You saw that there on the top right of your screen. Of course, like everything else, there's long jump taking place in two separate groups on parallel runways and long jump pits. Lots of athletes using the crowd to their advantage. There was Nicholas Jerome, Basingstoke and Enhanced athlete.
Next competition will be the under 20 women and the scheduled for 1:15. Until that, start time.
Ryan Boniface there with his third attempt in the top right of your screen. Yes, another Basingstoke and mid-hand athlete. Good jumping pedigree is Ryan Boniface. Daniel Ryan there, his third attempt in the long jump. And Dennis the Menace Hoops of Herne Hill Harriers. See Christian Brown there, looking extremely focused on the runway, pacing from left to right, preparing for his jump. He won his 100-meter heat. Looking to add even more points to his tally here early on in this men's decathlon competition. Another athlete to use the crowd getting clapping. Very powerful athlete. You can see there with his spring the amount of power he managed to generate. But perhaps would have hoped for more lift off the board.
Final round jump result, 687, 200 yards. For the best of 7 very long. Nice and stunning. That's the round. Charlie Rose, Charlie Rose in the final round to 6 metres 90. That's got a 7.85 issue. Call out now for the under 20 women and under 18 women high jumpers. Please, if you go to the high jump stand. Three high jump ladies. So that's the under 20 women and under 18 women to the high jump stand. ASAP. The basic is now. Red right left coming. This is Cash Joseph next to go. Moved to the second round, 6.94. General 6.93 the final round there, so this is first job of the competition. So the best 7-11. Far side of the line now, that's okay. Elliot Johnson is playing in a bit. Attention. Harry Williams is going to win Cardiff West. Elliot Johnson, 53 with final round, so 6:85. Coming to the last stages of the men's long jump. The next event for men will be the shot. That's scheduled around about 1:30. The men, the shot of 1:30. Next in the long jump will be the under 18 men. So only 20 men making a long jump to go. But pretty much all. Find the girls, 20 girls and 18 girls, high jumpers, you should be able to hide them by now. So the last job to knock over right now is Joshua Sturgeon.
So, just to update you on where we are in today's proceedings. Men's long jump just reached its conclusion. The under 20 and under 18 women's high jump about to get underway. Shortly after that, the under 20 and under 18 men's long jump will begin too. That's at around 1:15. The junior and youth women's high jump and a 1:20 under 20 and under 18 men's long jump will take place, and a 1:30 where the senior men's shot put. So plenty still to come. And hopefully that'll give you an idea of when you might want to tune in and catch a particular event. And obviously in the beginning of the day, I was attesting to the high standards you can expect to see on show, and I'd like to say that I'm vindicated now in what I said. Seen so many bests and records set. Just after I jumped off comms, I think witnessed Luke Bruin jumping 7 meters 25 for a long jump, the French Loughborough University student. What a start to the senior men's decathlon competition he's having. Storming with 100 meters, followed by big jump. That will give him 874 points. The wind's still very mild here. Probably looks warmer than it actually is on your screen. Of course the sun is beaming, but it's quite chilly. Still slightly overcast, but decent enough conditions. And the performances we've seen so far are proof of that. So it'll pretty much be field events only up until 5:15, when the senior men come with 4 400 meter heats. Yeah, slight lull in the action for the next half an hour or so. So if you're thinking about when's a good time to make a cup of tea or take your lunch, then if any time is probably now. And then we back with a flurry of action for you afterwards. We do have one eye though on the under 20 and under 18 women's high jump though. Purely because they are warming up now, so a sneaky suspicion I might start early. I wouldn't expect it to, but it's one to monitor. On a personal level though, it's good to be back in Bedford. First time I've commentated here in a couple years. Kind of become the de facto home of English National Championships. On a couple occasions it seemed as if that was going to change, but held on. Of course, with certain championships there have been a few interesting shifts in location. Of course, many were surprised to the British University Championships move from here to Essex this year. I think Bedford has that, just being vaguely central almost Midlands, which I guess to a certain degree makes it quite accessible. And of course, as we've spoken about, European Youth Championships, European Junior Championships places on the horizon for some of these athletes. For the under 18 women's athletes, 4,900 is the magic number. That's the mark they're looking for qualification to European Youth Championships. $4,900. Whereas for the boys, 6,300 is the mark they'd be looking for in the decathlon.
Just to remind you that the senior next shot got the win, their next shot is still the half-five win, in addition to the 2 team stars. In the home run, we've got 3 balls, winning a bit of the combined, and that's 3 balls for Ivan. The next Montreal ball is under threatening a bit of men. So the ball goes to If you're watching training behind us, one of the great things going on this one over the time.
So after that lull in action, we're back with the under 18 and under 20 women's high jump. As you can see there, one group starting at the height of 1.35 meters. Is Stephanie Brooks of Yate and District. And the bottom right. A lot to keep up with. In fact, there's 3 sets of high jumping going on. 2 groups of under 20s and 1 group of under 18s. Clearance there for Sophie Doherty, the under 18 women's next up. To be Holly Cramner, Reading AC. Her attempt unsuccessful though. So here's some of the points tallies. I'm not 100% sure if this is from the 100 meters or the long jump. I think it could be from the 100 meters. And there's the points tallies from the under 18 men's after one event.
Going through the points totals for the women's events now after one event. Here's the under 20s. Abigail Powlett predictably in the lead after her fantastic run. It'll be interesting to see how each of these develops after two events. Obviously, we're now onto that stage of the competition. And you can just see there in the top right of your screen now the under 20 and under 18s men's long jump about to get up and running. So much going on. You've got two sets of under 20 women's high jump, one set of under 18 women's high jump, and both the under 18 and under 20 men's long jump. So much to stay on top of here.
Still early stage in the pageant for fly side 141. Middle there. 141 height over those were 523 and the 150 height was 621. Right on field, scoreboard just turned around. 156 with 680.
Go on.
fully equipped now. 4 separate streams showing you the long jump and a high jump action. Let's all stay on top of what's going on. See, there are 6:27 jump in the men's long jump. Very solid opening jump there for Alexander Sturzaka, Winterslout, Eton and Hounslow. Josh Robinson up next there in the under-20s. Whereas on the top right, Will Sutton generating lots of traction there on the runway ahead of his leap, representing Crawley AC. So the bottom corner, camera focus on Rosella Togo. Reasonably impressive in the hurdles. Gave herself a lot to do late on in the race. Finished very strongly. Didn't have the best of starts. Let's see what she can do here. One of the tallest in the field, if not the tallest, compared to her in this age group. Taking 156, and that's a lovely clearance. She sailed over that. I believe it was a second or third attempt as well. So after a couple of struggles at that height of 156, made very light work of it. The Berry athlete in the under-20 women's. Patrick Morgan of Hereford and County AC on the top right of your screen. He's about to go. Well, Ben Pitts in the top left is also on the runway, the other runway in fact. So a lot of rotation there after lift off for Ben Pitts. Generate a decent amount of pace, but I guess lacked a degree of control once he was in the air. And his jump probably suffered as a result of it. Quite a staggered run up there from Daphne Adebayo. Her third and final attempt of 156 on the bottom right. Never really seemed particularly comfortable at this height. She looks fairly distraught with that effort. But she seems quite hesitant, to be honest. Big lead there from Louis Harrison, the top left. Or Louis Morrison even, Trafford AC athlete. Came through the middle in his 100-metre race to take the win. If I remember correctly, clocked a PB in the process. It's 6 meters 12 for him. Didn't really react when he glanced back at the board. So I guess suggests that he thinks he's got a lot more to give. From the home club now, the Bedford and County athlete Stephen Simmons with a foul jump to open his account. Probably the most famous Bedford and County athlete. Of course, the great Paula Radcliffe. I believe the stadium might even be named after her. It can always be funny sometimes in sports where stadiums or arenas or whatever you want to call them get named after a sports person or athlete who's still competing, still playing. You can imagine it must be quite awkward, or just a weird feeling, playing a sporting fixture or competing in a sporting event in a stadium that's named after you. I mean, no pressure. That was Sammy Ball with his first attempt, the long jump. Big effort to the left though, from Lex McConville, I believe. .6 meters and 7 centimeters, in fact. The Northern Irish athlete. So 2 Berry athletes in shot. Neve Davenport, the athlete in the lower half of your screen, the bottom right. Berry teammate Jay Cook, which you saw jumping in the top right in the under 18 men's long jump. High jump bar about 1:59 now, I do believe, and to complicate matters further, the senior men shot put competition has now begun. Caius Joseph with the opening attempt. One thing that's always intriguing to see with a shot put, particularly in combined events, is what technique they choose to adopt. Of course, you just got the classic, simple, just kick back and put. But contrastingly, you've got the one that involves much more in terms of rotations. I guess seems to be frequented by more seasoned shot putters, so apologies, I incorrectly called Rosella Togo Neve Davenport a few minutes ago, but an unsuccessful third attempt at 1:59 for her. She left it late with the height before 1:56. 1:59, she just couldn't get her stride in order there. Got a bit of legs in a bit of a tangle, and ended up looking like she was going to run off with the high jump bar there. Caught it in her hands to break her fall. Oh, that is so unfortunate there. Another third attempt failure at 1:59, this time for athlete that I don't actually have listed on the start sheet. She seemed to have it secured. The very last minute, I think the ankle may have clipped it. Successful clearance on the third attempt for Melissa Chung. Rosella Togo is through after all. Apologies, I thought the prior attempt was the third one, but this is the third attempt, and she's making a habit of it. I think the past 2 or 3 heights she's progressed. At the third and final time of asking, when she'll have a tense moment, she's there talking to her coach now on the edge of the track. Probably giving him palpitations or something of the like. So we're up to 162 now. This under 20 and under 18s women's high jump. It was Iona Irvine. So 162 proving to be difficult for a lot of these high jumpers now. Get the impression that this will be the height that causes a lot of their exits from this competition. So Rosella Togo there doing the same thing we saw her do on her first and second attempt to 159. Yeah, she ends up running and collecting the high jump bar in her hand. Can hear lots of shouting and celebrating from around where the shot put circle is. So I believe that shouting on the shot put circle was because Tom Chandler has improved his personal best from 12.37 to 13 meters and 16 centimeters. So you can say it's very, very justified. Nathan Ramsey put his whole body behind that jump he saw in the top left. Jump of 6.27 on his second attempt. So it's quite a closely fought under 20 and under 18s men's long jump competition. This is proving to be. Lots of jumps are in the same region, kind of 6 meters to 6 meters 30 region. Interesting to see if someone can make a really big statement and charge far ahead of that. Stephen Simmons, the Bedford athlete, coming down the runway for his second attempt at the long jump now. To be slightly veering to the side after liftoff. To generate a good amount of power behind it. And indeed he did, 6.92. Definitely one of the bigger jumps we've seen in this long jump competition. Could be the biggest. It looks as if it's not to be for Rosella Togo in the women's high jump at 162. Looks to have finally met her match. And the bar is raised to 165. Yeah, I believe Steven Simmons' jump of 6.94 is indeed a personal best. Previous best was 6 meters 70, jumped last year. On his way to winning the South of England under 20 Inter-Counties Championships in Horsebath. Competed individually in the long jump and javelin British University's Championships in Chelmsford earlier this month. That was the first time he's competed this season, so on only his second outing of the year, very impressive to be jumping as far as 6.94 from Simmons. Just saw Louis Morrison again on the long jump board. 6.23 this time. It's very, very consistent. Moments before as well, we saw a clutch jump from Madison Hutton at 165. To which she had a very big reaction to. .611 on the board for Owen Sproston. His third attempt in a men's long jump. It is Adam Hall getting himself all psyched up. Tell us a big part of how he likes to compete. You saw this in a 100 meters, how emphatically he celebrated upon his win, an incredible personal best of 10.84 that was. As I mentioned earlier, it's a shame to not see him go head to head with his fellow Scott Murray Fotheringham, but Animal really seems to have brought his A game to Bedford today. It'll be followed by Joe Frew of Reading AC. If I remember correctly, just edged his 100 metre heat. Much calmer approach to readying himself for the jump compared to Hall.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I can see her feet now.
A very big jump on the left though from Lex McConville. Multiple people in the crowd seem to like that one too, and you can tell by the way in which he clapped his hands together that he's really anticipating what will appear on the scoreboard. And it's 6:39 for McConville. Like I've been saying, very, very consistent. A lot of the marks from different athletes cropping up around the same distance. Zina Tibo with a first time failure at 168 in the high jump. One thing I find quite interesting, we saw her there discussing with her coach, a lot of these athletes do seem to have the same coach. I guess it's probably quite common with combined events, like lots of athletes from lots of different clubs, because I can't imagine there's too many coaches that do coach combined events. Obviously a lot of multi-eventers have to have millions of different coaches, millions of different spikes, a piece of equipment. Big reaction there again, in fact, from Madison Hutton of Epsom and Ewell. She reacted similarly at 165, but that's big from her. The first time of asking to get over 168. A screaming and jubilation very audible from my commentary box. So her coach now has a task of just refocusing her mind. At 171. Which interestingly just being attempted by Abigail Pollitt on the other side. So Abigail Pollitt, first time failure at 171, whereas Hutton, is yet to attempt it.
she bailing out because she goes to the No, she's bailing out because she's got no self-belief. I'm not sure if that might be it. Just try and pick her up, you know.
Yeah, it's feeling good.
So just to give you some context, the brilliant high jumping we're witnessing. Madison Hutton, you can see there, bottom corner of your screen, in the red and yellow vest, came into this competition with the high jump PB of 162. So that gives you even more of an understanding of what it means to her, why she's reacting in such a big way. She'll have one more attempt at 171, but whatever happens at this height, she's already added 6 centimeters to her previous personal best. Another athlete who competes out in the States in the NCAAs. She does for Fresno State. Unfortunately though, her competition comes to an end at 171. Still beaming with a big smile on her face, and rightfully so.
I know. You know what, it's the personal attention I like, so it's there. Yeah.
It's such an impressive competition for her. And it's real testament to her technique as well, for to be one of the more diminutive figures in this under 20 and under 18 high jump field. Yet to have recorded one of the biggest jumps. So at the other high jump bed, the bar has been raised to 1.74 meters. Right now the focus on our screen though, this brief moment in time, is the men's long jump. Jay Cook of Bury will have his last attempt. Kind of veered to the right quite a lot, to be honest, in the run up, then struggled to generate real momentum in takeoff. Hard to tell from this angle, but getting the impression that he's probably shortened his stride a bit too much. In the bottom corner, we witnessed a third time failure at 162 in the high jump for Molly Curran, one of a sizable Northern Irish contingent competing here in Bedford this weekend. Her club over there is City of Lisburn AC. Solomon Wiles of Cheltenham and County
Not the smoothest entrance into long jump here, but looks to be decent. Of course, very, very hard to tell from this front-on angle how far these athletes are jumping, but you do get a good insight into their technique and how they're doing on the runway. So the second attempt, or third even, apologies, at this height for Molly Curran. Unfortunately, she's going to bow out of the competition. Hard to make out the score from this angle. I think it's 162. Just one last athlete still on the high jump before that comes to a conclusion. It's Eloise Hind of Oxford City AC. She's got a third and a final attempt at 174. She's the last woman standing. As you can see there on the board on your screen currently, Finn O'Neill, Clifford Stravan in Northern Ireland. 590 he recorded. Let's see what Eloise Hind can do here in his high jump. So Finn O'Neill's jump in the men's long jump concludes goings on in that competition, I believe, on the far side. The men's shot put has come to an end as well. And with a third time failure at 174, Eloise Hind, the last athlete in the under 20 and under 18 women's high jump, advanced that competition too. So rounds off those competitions, and next up, after another lull in the action if you like, the under 20 and under 18 men will contest a shot put at 250 according to the timetable. I'll pause that for a second just to go through some of these results. A confirmation of William Reed winning his under 1800 metre heat, 11.61, 400ths ahead of Patrick McLean Tatton. Battle of those outside lanes. Laura Voss, what a start to the competition she's had. Impressive in 100 metre hurdles, as you see there, 14.68. If I remember correctly, could be a personal best for her. And did very well on a high jump afterwards too. Amy McTaggart impressed despite stumbling over the line. Stephanie Brooks and Melissa Chung, near inseparable at the line, but the photo finish, people gave it to Brooks by the thousands, I can imagine. Sam Talbot, now what a run this was. 10.73, an enormous PB for him, I do believe. Coming to this in very, very good form. Achieved the decathlon PB out in the States very, very recently. Great runs as well from Harry Kendall, Kaius Joseph. Impressive to see so many guys dip under 11 seconds. Joe Fruit, he edged out the competition in his under 20 100 meter heat, running 11.35. And that was some of the results from the sprint races we saw earlier. Hopefully we can get an update on some of the scores across the competitions after 2 free events. And well, talk of the devil, there we go. So the senior women's heptathlon, I believe this is after 2 events. Lauren Evans topping the standings, impressed in both the 100 meter hurdles and the high jump. 1,942 points. Jade O'Dowda marginally behind at 1,921. Sarah Connolly also up there in contention. Of course, it's Jade O'Dowda defending her title, so very much seems in line to do that. In the under 18s, these are results after 1 event. Sarah Rogers of 932 points. After the hurdles, Grace Colmer, 2nd, Chisom and Warford, 3rd. Very, very tight, and of course it is still early days. In the under 20 women's heptathlon, again, these are just the results after 1 event. Hopefully we'll get the update after 2 or 3 soon. And again, it's another event in which a reigning champion, Abigail Paulett, looks set to retain a title. That said though, Eloise Hine and Madison Hutton, if I'm not mistaken, may have slightly outdone her in the high jump, which could help them gain some vital ground. Some results of the under 18 decathlon so far. Of course, William Reed, that mightily impressive 100 meter run, did very well on a long jump too, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's maintained his lead. One thing that I hope is abundantly clear is just how impressive these multi-eventers are. To do so many different events throughout the day, to put your body through that and adjust your mind, recalibrate to different tactics, the different technical requirements of each event is just mightily impressive, especially at the age of some of these young athletes. Adam Hall there, he was another athlete to clock sub 11, if I'm not mistaken, in the 100 metres, hence his 899 points, sitting atop of the leaderboard after 1 event. Really and truly as well, you got to remember how much diligence it takes. Of course, I was speaking earlier about the coaching situation. Many of these athletes probably have to have multiple different coaches, and obviously balancing that with schooling and whatever else you've got going on in your life and extracurricular activities. Got to wonder how much contact time they've actually got with each coach. Then you've got to buy different shoes or spikes dependent on each event. Like, obviously in all sports and all disciplines in athletics, the parents deserve an abundance of credit, but you really have to tip your hat to the parents of multi-eventers. The cost it must be and the extra time it must take as well rallying them around to events, because it's not really a small matter of, well, it's not a small matter, but I suppose the lesser matter of taking your child to an event on a particular day, stay there for a few hours, watch them compete and go home. It's a matter of staying there for 2 days, 2 whole days of competing. Really takes a lot of support on the parental side of things. When you realise some of the distances these young people have travelled to get this high level competition, people from all over the UK, Scotland, Northern Ireland, Wales, it makes it all the more impressive too. So we are going to have to wait about 40 minutes for the next piece of action. As I mentioned, 250, the under 20 and under 18 men's shot put. Didn't really get the opportunity to talk you through much of the senior men's shot put, so we witnessed it in the middle of the screen. Give you a few details about what was going on, but of course there was 4 or 5 different things on the screen, so I had to really balance myself out across those, you could say. But after that, under 20, under 18 men's shot put, 3:15, senior men turn their attention to the high jump. Senior women turn their attention to a shot put at 4 p.m. 5 p.m. under 20, under 18 men, it's their turn at high jump, while the under 20 and under 18 will do the shot put before we head back to the track. But men's shot put final, Harry Kendall 14 meters 49, he was the most impressive. Kais Joseph 13.57, Sam Talbot 13.44. It's Harry Kendall a clear winner, Kais Joseph and Sam Talbot quite close to each other there. Harry Kendall was second to Lewis Church here last year, as well as at the UK indoors and English senior indoors earlier this year, while in 2016 and in 2018 he was a South of England champion, so he was probably relieved not to see Lewis Church upon arrival here. I think it's my time to shine now. It's often a big thing about athletics as well, Often you might find yourself coming second or third to someone a lot. Definitely be interested to hear from athletes, whether, from a personal perspective or whether from an external perspective as well. You might feel that a particular medal or title almost has an asterisk against it due to the absence of another competitor. Is that something that athletes often feel, or is a gold a gold, a silver a silver, regardless of who's turned up? Does beg the question. Under 18 men's long jump final, what a jump that was from Finn O'Neill, 6.22, comfortably ahead of Jay Cook and Suleiman Wills. Not sure what the deal was with the other two athletes, whether they were DNS or just failed to record a legal jump. Adam Hall, after his fantastic sub-11 clocking in the 100 metres, 7 metres and 8 centimetres in the under 20 men's long jump to maintain his points lead after 2 events. Sammy Ball 6.86, Stephen Simmons struggled slightly in the 100 metres, but 6.67 will move him up the rankings after 2 events. In the senior men's, Joel McFarlane jumped 7 metres and 1 centimetre. Really puts into context how good Adam Hall's 7 metres and 8 centimetres leap was to be bettering, I think, all of the seniors. Probably not all of them, because I think Luke Murren jumped 7.25, but the majority of the seniors. Shows he wouldn't be out of place amongst the elders. starting to get quite a bit colder now. First half an hour or so. Be interesting to see what bearing that has on the athletes' performances here. Lots of people fitting on the jumpers or the jackets. Obviously, the athletes don't necessarily have that luxury. Fortunately for them, though, the main warm-up area here in Bedford is indoors, so got ample time to get themselves heated up for the next round of competition.
Yeah, I've got the shot card. What did you play for the bar? Oh yeah.
So we return to action with the under 20 and under 18 men's shot put that you now see on your screens. So it's Joe Frew of Reading AC, the top left, and it's Craig Monker at the bottom right. Decent opening attempts from both. Although I would say the Monker's arm looks slightly flimsy when it came to the release, as opposed to it being one big push of emotion. Next up to the mark now was McConville. He's been quite consistent throughout without really troubling the medal positions thus far. Crawley's Will Sutton.
Stephen Alistair Adam. 11:35, 11:35.
Sorry, did you say something? Yeah, I think it is, yeah.
Sturzaka, the Windsor Slough and Eton Hounslow athlete. Very straight to the point action there. Not too much of a push off or a spin, just a turn and go.
$12.68, 12.68.
Noticeable lack of grunting as well, as weird as that sounds. Often for like athletes when they partake in the throwing events, especially shot puts or hammer throw, you feel like there's a real tendency to grunt like a tennis player upon release.
Adam Edwards and Patrick, and then William to finish the round.
Quite a nonchalant throw there in the bottom right.
12.50, 12.50.
Just seem to like casually let go of it. Here's Adam Hall though, current leader among the under 20 men. What can he bring to the table here? He's brought lots of passion and energy throughout the whole competition, and wow, that's no different. Very composed. It didn't really seem to wobble or lose his balance upon release either. Looks to have the strength you need to succeed in this event as well. Carl Neal at the top. They seem to be trying the more complicated technique. We discussed this briefly earlier. You know, I guess I was speculating whether athletes would opt for the kind of more straightforward kick back turn or go for more of a spin. I guess that was a bit of both. He didn't really seem to execute it effectively. Miriam Morrison, another athlete in contention, impressed in both the 100 metres and the long jump so far.
11.65, 11.65.
Wouldn't say that's one of the further throws you've seen, but obviously he's got 2 more attempts to try and rectify things. There's a real urgency to get things right immediately, because obviously here athletes only have 3 attempts in each event. So how to address problems very, very quickly if they do arise. It would be good to get a glimpse of the board so that we can catch some of the distances being attained by the athletes.
69, less 14.79, equal less 15.06, and Adam Hall, the best we're going to be 100 metres area, that's just the shot out at 13.55. That's 13.35.
So I'm just hearing that Adam Hall, 13.35, he achieved with that throw that we witnessed moments ago, which is a new personal best. So what a day the East Lothian athlete is having. dipped under 11 seconds for the first time ever for a personal best in 100 metres. Then he jumped 7 metres and 8 centimetres, which is 5 centimetres behind his lifetime best achieved last year at this exact event when he got silver, behind Callum Newby, who now is competing amongst the seniors. And of course now he's added 24 centimetres onto his shot put personal best to make it 13.35. So you have to think at this stage that Adam Hall is surely the favourite to do one better than he did last year and to take home that gold medal. Still it's early days, only the third event, but very, very hard to see past him at this point, considering how consistently strong he's performing. Sammy Ball has thrown a lifetime best of 15.10 so far in this shot put competition. He's been there and thereabouts, Ball. Definitely in the mix for a medal, you would think, if he performs like he knows he can. Definitely one of the better shot putters in this competition. Came under the 15.06 personal best that was achieved indoors at the indoor equivalent of this event. Those indoors, men do a heptathlon rather than a decathlon, or men do a pentathlon instead of a heptathlon. We're in the England under 20 men's heptathlon indoors earlier this year. He got the silver medal. He finished, interestingly, a couple of 100 points ahead of Adam Hall and behind Murray Fotheringham, who isn't today here. So reigniting that rivalry, Hall and Ball. See, even rhymes. It's meant to be. It's meant to be. There's Joe Frew, his Reading teammate. It's quite a suitable surname for the shot put, to be honest. That surname alone is enough reason to specialise in a throwing event, if you ask me. And here's Lex McConville, one of many athletes from Northern Ireland who's making a trip here this weekend. Doesn't look to be as good as his first effort, McConville. So Stephen Stimmons at the bottom right from Bedford gave a really good account of himself in the long jump. I think he came third amongst the participants. Unfortunately, that's a foul there. He was just trying to overexert himself, ended up just stumbling out of the shot put circle.
City of Stokes, Owens Froston going short of his lifetime best by a relatively small margin. Coached by good friend and fantastic photographer Morris.
Edward Patrick Williams. 11 metres 32. 13.94.
So it was in fact a personal best for Stephen Simmons. His first throw 12.68 before that foul that we witnessed there. So it's the big performances continuing. Ben Pitts there in the top half. Struggled a bit so far. First round throw of 8 metres and 2 centimetres.
We do look for Captain has just gone out for 7. 1283. 1283. It's got a best of 13.24.
Final round, semi, Patrick and Craig.
Louis Morrison, Trafford, came into the competition with more less than 10.70. Now he can reach that to 10.90. He's got the indoor best for this winter of 11 metres, so he's 10 centimetres short of that. Sammy Wall has an overthrow now in the final round, but he's still got a best of 15.10. He's a personal best.
Joe Cook's turn now at the top. Part of only a few under 18s competing today.
Patrick Morgan.
That looks like a really good attempt there at the bottom. Craig Moncur. Seems to be struggling a little bit with first attempt or two, but that was a real indication that he's got it together now. He finishes with a best effort of 13.51. But so far it looks as if it's Hereford and County's Patrick Morgan. He's come up clutch with a humongous personal best. He started very tame for him with a foul throw in the first round. A modest 11.63 in the second round before improving his personal best by nearly 2 meters to 15 meters 42 to take the lead in this shot put competition so far, with the points total of 816. So the senior men's high jump soon to be underway. Hence why we've added 2 more displays at the bottom. While the under 20 and under 18 men's shot put will almost be wrapped up. Just a couple of athletes having their final throws. This is Will Sutton of Crawley now in the top right. That one a lot of welly there. Big spin from him. Really good balance to actually stay in the circle there, because it looked like he was going to veer out of it and incur a foul. Look who it is though, man of the moment, Adam Hall, the top left. What can he do with his final effort? He's had a fantastic first day so far. He's already set a PB in this competition. Can he extend it further? I'm not sure if it's the angle, but that looks like it could indeed be further. Everything is going his way at the moment.
Keep cleaning this job. Edward, then Patrick, followed by William. 8 meters 99.
Just witnessing the senior men warming up for their high jump. Decent from the top left there from Edward Foy.
We're up and running though in the senior men's high jump. Bar starting relatively low on the near side at 156. Can't quite make out the board for the other high jump beds. Just more distant from the finish line. Louis Morrison gearing up for his final throw now. Quite subdued action, to be fair. Often you feel like the final throw that, you know, people might as well just give it a big go, just give it. But I guess it's probably the fan in me talking. I guess I think from a coach's perspective, I guess a lot of coaches, whether it be, you know, long jump or shot put, probably just want to maintain like a degree of consistency with the technique. Above all, I guess they probably see it as a waste if you just went for it in a big way for the sake of it, purely because it's the last throw or jump.
Yeah, definitely wrapped it up by the look of it. It's all very quiet. The other shot put's still going on, but Sean's over there talking admirably.
So we're at 162 now. The men's high jump. Just about over there.
9 meters 59.
For Daniel Thomas, I believe. Moving to call on Theo Adesina's assistants to fix the number on the back of his vest. So very few mishaps so far at this height. Most people finding it pretty comfortable. As Kevin Cranmer becomes the latest athlete to be safely over 162. Joshua Strondrick sailed over that one.
Hey, how are you doing now?
Have the bar at 165. The bar's at 165 now. Gentlemen can have Alistair, followed by Daniel Thomas, followed by Harry. Thomas, followed by
So we're up to 165 now in the high jump on the near side. We're back with Daniel Thomas looking to clear it. Oh, got most of his body over it, but just seemed to clip it, maybe his shin. Seems to be in good spirits regardless though, kind of laughing it off. Seems to be a lot of camaraderie amongst the athletes, like good chemistry between them. I guess multi-events community is quite a tightly knit one. They're probably used to competing amongst each other, training with each other. Mentioned earlier that a lot of them do tend to have the same coaches. Lots of laughing and joking after each attempt, regardless of whether that particular attempt went well or not. Kevin Cramner there probably took off a bit late in his approach. In stark contrast though, Daniel Ryan there, or Joshua Strudwick, should I say, absolutely breezed over 165 at his first attempt. There's lots of athletes rapidly progressing up the marks. It's always interesting to consider where an athlete decides to begin their competition. Often, even though an athlete is capable of so much more, they still choose to begin relatively low, just so they can kind of get into the swing of things, find their stride. So I guess you can see it was quite an confident / arrogant decision to go straight into the big heights. You're instantly putting a lot of pressure on yourself, instantly expecting yourself to deliver in a big way. But then at the same time, is it worth fatiguing yourself by constantly going through the motions in rounds or at heights that are much too easy for you? Or are you ultimately doing yourself a disservice?
Right, second attempt 165, Daniel Thomas, followed by Daniel Ryan, followed by... Go Dan!
Get up, Dan, let's go!
Followed by Kevin, followed by third attempt. All right. It's not. Right, Dan.
Ooh, very, very close for Callum Newby there. That high jump bar on the far side is now 177. We know this thanks to the stadium announcer coming with a very loud request for them to turn the ball in his direction so he could keep track of what's going on, which in turn has done me a favour as well. Another athlete through at 177. Looks to be Ed Foy, who can make him out correctly in the distance. On their side, Kevin Cramner through at 165 for the second time of asking.
The bomb was down. You're that far clear. More hits. Huh? No, a bit delayed. Yeah. It feels right. Yeah. That's why it's delayed. Okay. You've got to jump like that then. Right. I'll jump like that then.
So back to Daniel Thomas with his second attempt, and it's the same story. Again, doing most of the work and then just clipping it with his lower leg, kind of ankle shin area. That could be his competition over. It's back with Callum Newby, of course, last year's under-20 champion. It just skims it. Kind of happened his past two attempts at this height of 177, with one more go. Doesn't seem to be doing too much wrong technically wise. Probably just lacking a bit of spring to give himself more room to execute, more room to manoeuvre. On the inside note, Alistair Stanley just clipping the bar. A lot of near misses in his high jump competition so far.
Next is Harry, number 93. Daniel Ryan, passing in this height as well. Two issues there. One of them you missed 73 this time. No, okay, Kevin.
Got to lean a bit more, stay away. Good. Whoa, Charlie. Does no please. Butterfly, tight, and then pop. Josh. Scott next, and then we'll be in second attempt with Alistair. Okay, Michael? Yeah. Right, second attempt at 168, we'll have Alistair followed by Harry, followed by Kevin. It's not down, it's not stop. But it's not like it's okay, Michael? Alistair? Right, guys, come on now! Get up. Woo! Get up! Come on! Alright, close, yeah. Harry followed by... I love it. David's gone, so... Yeah! Kevin, over to you.
Right, guys, that's the boundary, so athlete in curve, coach can come to the back, you can come in here.
Right, we'll be on the third attempt, which will be you, Kevin. Get up, mate. You'll have 2 minutes. Can't take your back number up. Late in that one. Huh? Stop working. Right now, let's go! Get it up! Come on! Come on! Go, Tom! There we go. The whole springs are doing it. I thought I'd make it all work, but it must have been that delay, but it probably was.
Right, can we have the bar at 171, please?
Better. Still wanted to do that in the first place. Okay, wait.
Kevin Cramner just having a word with his coach. He's had a good few close calls early on in this men's high jump competition. It's Caius Joseph there on the far side with third and final attempt to 180. Fast on approach, and he makes it. Very, very clean clearance there from Joseph. Hung in the air for ages. He wanted the crowd to clap with him on his approach, and well, it paid off. Often, when I was younger watching athletics, often used to think that it was off-putting for athletes, but then upon reflection, you know, why would an athlete request that the crowd join in by clapping if it was so off-putting for them? It clearly does have some kind of motivational impact or whatever. So it's another athlete with a third attempt at 180, and wow, it's another clearance as well, this time for Tom Chandler. Of course, recorded a personal best in the shot put. Some loud exclamations and cheers from Chandler there after that clearance, expressing his relief. I suppose a blend of delight and relief, and making it to the next stage. He's got a high jump personal best of 188, recorded in 2018. He hasn't recorded too many high jump marks at all over the past couple of years, I guess. Obviously, because of the pandemic, competitions in general have been affected. And it's hard to scrutinise too much some athletes' results over the past couple of years, because obviously everyone's circumstances are different. The pandemic affected everyone in lots of different ways. So next over at 183, you saw there on the screen, is Sam Talbot. Another athlete enjoying a very, very good day. Really announced himself to the competition with his 100 meters, running 10.73 if I remember correctly. Elliot Thompson over at 183 as well. So this mark is worth 653 points, so fairly modest in the context of the competition. Generally speaking, if you're making a play for the medal placings, you'd look to be around the 800 point region, particularly for your stronger events. Very, very fast approach there from Luke Bruin. Over 171 safely at the first time of asking in the very recognisable purple of Loughborough, or as they like to call it, African violet. It's Caius Joseph, after the elation of soaring over 180 with his final attempt, back down to earth with a first time failure at 183. Ryan Boniface really is the one to watch, though. in this high jump. Personal best of 2 meters 13. Recorded indoors in 2016. He hasn't cleared 2 meters since 2019. But what a time it would be to return to form in this event for the Basingstoke and Mid-Hants athletes. An English schools champion in the high jump back in 2012, Ryan Boniface. Impressive jump there from Harry Kendall at Tonbridge. AC safely over 183. I mentioned earlier, was second to Lewis Church here last year, as well as at the UK indoors and English senior indoors earlier this year. Lewis Church, of course, decided not to compete today despite initially being on a start list. Probably the fact he's already got the Commonwealth Games qualifier was factored into his decision. Very much in pole position to be, I was going to say, to be on the plane, but to be taking a plane to Birmingham. I mean, if he did, I guess a fair few environmentalists would probably be annoyed. So, second failure, 183 for Caius Joseph. Therefore, it's probably a little bit of a regression. Say his first attempt at this height was much better than that one. So, back to the drawing board of his coach. Can he produce a second consecutive clutch effort to rescue this round for him? In the indoor equivalent of this in early January, just missed out on a medal, coming fourth in Sheffield. And he was just 54 points behind Harry Maslin. So imagine how gutting that must be.
Third attempt at 171. Can I have Harry followed by...
And if you're looking to compensate for that today. Third and final attempt for Caius Joseph at 183. First, though, we're going to see a third attempt at 171 from Harry Wheeler. Unfortunately, both athletes exit the competition. And then there were fewer. as easy as you like there from Daniel Ryan. Big gap between him and the bar. Third attempt, you can see a almost bemused look at his face after that 171 clearance, thinking, oh, where did that come from? Where was that the first 2 attempts?
Your best was 168, Kevin. And we'll have the bar at 174, please.
We are Kevin Cramner. Exits at 171. He's had to run a couple third-time clearances already this competition. And unfortunately for him, lightning was not going to strike another time.
Followed by Daniel, followed by Jamie, followed by
Ryan Boniface there, failing his first attempt at 186. Mentioned of someone to look out for, but also someone who hasn't perhaps jumped anywhere near as well as he's capable of over the past few years. Speculating over whether this is an opportunity to return to form. I mean, on that basis, perhaps not. It's a failure as well for Sam Talbot, so two of the favourites going into this high jump now beginning to falter. Perhaps faltering a tad prematurely too.
Theo, followed by Joshua. Jamie and Luke are passing at this height. Both 94 Jamie and 68 Luke are passing at this height. Ale! Come on, get up. 65, Theo. Okay, Theo.
Yeah, a bit erratic, a bit rushed. First job, been sitting around half an hour, but did it, okay? Calm down, build it up, one time. Oh yeah, turn it down, down. You have to each jump when you remember, when you're in control and you can
feel it. We do 2 gyms a day. Sorry? Stand a bit. Some ping there, boys. Some ping there. Okay.
Scott. Right, second attempt at 174. Can I have Alistair followed by Joshua?
First time clearance there for Harry Kendall at 186. Probably been the most consistent athlete throughout this high jump competition. Mentioned countback earlier on in the day. I guess almost mistakenly so. I mean, if it was just a regular high jump competition rather than one existing as part of the decathlon, then his comeback situation would be much rosier than the others. Oh, Ryan Boniface very nearly over at 186. Just clipping it with the back of his leg. Here, one more attempt. Frustration evident on his face because, as we've discussed many a time, in terms of lifetime bests, it's quite considerable amount clear of the other athletes in terms of the heights he's achieved over the course of his career. Not sure if he was tying a shoelace there or just some kind of ritual to get himself psyched up. Oh, fantastic clearance there. And a second attempt from Charlie Rowe of Coventry. Good diver. He's another athlete who's capable of going over 2 meters on his day, having just about done so on a couple of occasions. So over on the far side you can now see from 2 of the streams the under 20 and under 18 women's shot put beginning. Oh, sorry, the senior women's shot put, I should say, even. The under 20 and under 18s will begin in just over an hour. It's third and final attempt for Ryan Boniface at 186, and he does it, a punch in the air, triumphantly so. It's definitely good for the competition to still have him in there. You want to see these athletes push to jump as high as possible, and there we go. Sam Talbot as well joining Boniface with a third time 186 clearance. So the show goes on for a large portion of the field here. Another third attempt at 186, and well, Joe McFarlane, unfortunately, or Douglas Knoll even, unfortunately not joining Talbot and Boniface in the next round. He has his head in his hands. I think this high jump is probably the first event that we've started to see these decathletes falter in a big way. I think in the 100 meters and the long jump and even the shot put to a certain extent, I think there was a lot of strong performances across the board. So now we're up to 189, and Brian Boniface will be the first to attempt it at this height. Handy's clear at the first time, recovering from the scare he had at 186, where he took him 3 bites of the apple. He committed to going over 189 with minimal fuss in comparison. Next up to tackle 189, Sam Talbot. Running in from the other side, he drifted really far across. He seemed to drift more across than he did upwards, if that makes sense, in terms of his takeoff there. Almost if he lost a little bit of control upon leaving the ground. And that's probably the biggest clearance we've seen of them all so far at 189. As Charlie Rowe joins Ryan Boniface and Sam Talbot at the next height. Oh, Elliot Thompson out of nowhere. He'll be joining them at 192. So a very swift round, 189 is thus far proven to be. A lot of people are experiencing problems at 186, but it's almost like they've resolved to go over that at this height. Harry Kendall becoming the latest person to clear 189 at the first attempt. Meanwhile, on the near side, Scott Ram coming across at 177. So amidst a multitude of athletes dealing with 189 very efficiently, Talbot has been having a few difficulties in his height, and he'll have one attempt to get it right, or he'll be the latest casualty in this men's decathlon high jump. Sam Talbot, originally from Exeter, but now based up in Sheffield, where it represented GB multiple championships at lots of youth and junior levels. And that is ever so unfortunate. He got almost everything right there, but he just seemed to brush the bar with his arm. And when some of the others in medal contention, for multiple others in medal contention, have cleared at this height, that will come as a big blow to Sam Talbot. That said though, when he jumped 185 at the Brian Clay Invitational last month. He still managed to achieve a decathlon PB, despite his lifetime best being 196, so it's not the end of the world. Because at 186 he still managed to achieve a marginal season's best. So bar now 192, which equates to 731 points. Unfortunately, Brian Boniface, it's a very fluctuating high jump competition, to be honest, after struggling a lot. At 186, went over 189 the first time of asking, now falls at the first attempt to 192. And Rowe, we're next up to have a crack at 192. And he's over. Oh, needs to be careful on the bed there. A lot of shaking of the bar. He may have had his nerves on edge despite appearing to clear the barrier. But he lives to fight another day, the Coventry Godiva Harrier. Elliot Thompson, the next to make the bar rattle considerably, yet still progressed by the skin of his teeth. He's through 192 at the first attempt also. Very swift in both the approach and takeoff there for Boniface. Just seemed to skim the bar to send it down. And Harry Kendall continues to impress. As I mentioned earlier, he seems to be dealing with each height with the most ease out of all the competitors, which is interesting because while his personal best of 201 is impressive, a lot of the others still left in the competition who have superior bests yet seem to be a bit more overawed by the recent heights. Saying that, Ryan Boniface, if I'm not mistaken, this could be his last attempt. He's got all the other athletes and members of the crowd clapping him in motivation here as he strides towards the last attempt at 192. And of all the three attempts, this is probably his worst, unfortunately for him.
We just see the first of the best of the shot from Grace Power, 10:54, 10:54.
Nicholas Jerome clear at 192. And sorry, that wasn't Boniface's third and final attempt that went before it. It was in fact his second. So I guess now, after Theo Adesina has a go at 180, a successful go of that too, we will now finally see Boniface with his third attempt at 192. Oh, it's his legs again. The thing about a lot of his unsuccessful attempts is that they've all been relatively close, barring, interestingly enough, the one that went before this. Meanwhile, Scott Ram has a first-time failure. At 180. So we're up to 195. We're back with Charlie Rowe, Coventry Godiva Harrier. Relatively short approach compared to a lot of the other athletes in this competition, and well, that wasn't particularly close. So for the two remaining attempts, he's got a lot of adjustments to do. He's been fairly comfortable so far, but we're getting into interesting territory now. Scott Ram now, 180. From the angle it's quite hard to see, but fortunately a slight touch to the bar, and he'll have one more go. Neve Emerson going close to a personal best in the shot per. I think she's at 13.42 now.
Many times in the national Joe Roll, each round she finished 13.89, just below the best. Competition 13.89. Harry Kendall goes clear there.
And it's yet another first time clearance for Harry Kendall. This time at 195. Seems very, very likely that his personal best of 2 meters and 1 centimeter is going to very soon come under threat. First up, we've got a second Charlie Rowe attempt at 195, and before that, Scott Ram with his third and final attempt at 180. An unsuccessful one. You can see how close he thought it was. From our angle, it didn't seem to be the case, but of course you're always going to back yourself. And this is beginning to look a step too far for Charlie Rowe on the far side. Here's Elliot Thompson though with a very, very long run up. Find the sheer length of his run up almost caused him to lose a degree of momentum there. Look, brilliant with another rapid approach. And it pays off as he goes over 183. His first attempt.
Shot win has been very good today.
10 metres, 10. 1 over, 1 over. Best 10 metres, 56.
Yeah, come on, Charlie.
Charlie Rowe produces a clutch jump to sail over 195. We've seen so much of that in this senior men's high jump. So many people showcasing that elite mentality to be unfazed by the failures before it, to produce a third and final jump that's successful. And just to say that Elliot Thompson does similar. Ensuring he's through at 195 too. So a fair few athletes still in this. How many people will we see go over 2 meters?
Alice Linnick at 10 metres 50, a previous best being 10:45. Regular at these championships, finishing in the top 6 in the schools back in 2017. Clear on the ceiling, safe second attempt.
9 metres, 53. 953. 9 metres, 98.
High jump bar now, 198 in bar pool, that's worth 785. 186 will be worth 679. Luke Brewing just clicking the ball on there. He had an excellent day, very good long jump, very good 100 metres.
So Charlie Rowe might end up leaving it late again in this new height of 198. So that first time failure is Theo Adesina though. He goes clear again at 186. It's just him and Luke Bruin jumping on that particular high jump bed now. He seems to be enjoying himself as well, Adesina, which is always good to see. Spent the whole of today with a smile on his face, but looking and moving very animated. That's what you love to see. You love to see people enjoying their athletics to its fullest. And all pressure on Bruin now, who has one more attempt to 186. Jerome fails of his first go at 198. French national was England under 20 decathlon champion here in Bedford in 2018. That same year he came fourth in the French junior championships. Wow, Harry Kendall showing absolutely no signs of letting up whatsoever. Successful first time clearance of 198 guarantees him 3 goes at equaling his personal best of 201. Can Charlie Rowe join him at that height of 201?
The outside track then for the 200 metres and 400, yeah.
Not for the time being. He's got one more chance to equal his outdoor personal best. Bryn, unfortunately, becomes the next person to leave the competition, or at least the high jump round of it.
Another 2 minutes.
Probably should have stopped there.
Yeah.
Well, for now, you had enough time, you've got 2 minutes. So you've got there and you've got enough to work.
Yeah.
So here we go. Third and final attempt for Charlie Rowe at 198, and it's not to be. Been a great competition for him though, and done ever so well to push his PB so close and have an attempt at equaling it. But just 3 left jumping over on the far side now, and it could be 2 if Elliot Thompson doesn't make this, and indeed he also can't make it through at 198. So now it's a third consecutive third attempt. And what a clearance that is. As I've alluded to earlier, it always intrigues me when an athlete struggles quite a lot and looks nowhere near clearing the bar in the first 2 attempts, and suddenly out of nowhere, not only do they clear it, but they clear it by some distance too. Would love to fully understand the psychology behind it.
Yeah. I don't know why this is moving quicker.
Reset.
Yeah. Come on.
Come on, Theo. Strong tempo, strong right side.
Yeah, well, you went to do one.
Your best was 186.
Didn't finish it off, Theo.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you gave yourself freedom.
So Nicolas Jerome getting the crowd involved once again for a second attempt at 201. He looked to maybe have taken off a smidgen too early. I feel like that's what he's indicating to his coach as well.
If that was your first job, then it just depends on the finish off. I'm sure you've got a back that you trust.
He's got one more go left at it though. Here's Harry Kendall for the equal personal best. On the approach, looking composed. He seemed to try and clear the bar at very angular fashion. He definitely has it in him though, but it's telling that this is the only height so far which he's had any real difficulty. And the first bit of difficulty could be the one that caused him to come a cropper. If he does go through, he'll have to do it alone though, because Nicolas Jerome is out at 201. So, Harry Kendall, third attempt at 201. Will this be the last jump of this senior men's decathlon high jump? Or will the show go on beyond this? Well, he's been unfazed by everything else this high jump competition has thrown at him so far. This is the biggest challenge yet. Chance to equal his personal best could be a pivotal moment in his career too. Again, very, very composed in the run up, but it's not to be, unfortunately. And to be fair, it wasn't particularly close either. So that's where the competition ends. And these senior men have got one more event today. The 400 metres. Which will take place in around an hour or less. Before they can head back to the hotel, put their feet up and start thinking about the next events tomorrow. So we'll next have some under 20s and under 18 men's high jump at 5 o'clock at the same time. The under 20 and under 18 women will be participating in the shot put. Both of those will take place in about half an hour. So we'll reconvene then. And hopefully before then as well, we can get you some updates regarding the leaderboard, the scoring, and also some specific event results with times, distances, heights,
and whatever else. So yeah, catching 30.
You're up to scratch, are you? We have two of them. How many have you got? A whole pile of them, but that's good. You do, Mark? All right, well, whip pans will be fine.
I'm on no team, she's going now.
No, you're not. Where are you going? Going over there.
I think we could do some of the girls coming out the blocks from the twos to make that point. Yeah. If you wish to then turn back to the
Number if you want.
I'm going to Sure, can you hear me?
Don't know if she asked about this. I don't know. I'll come on. So I did.
That's a lovely win.
And then we need a shout first.
In the under 20 winning shot, Abigail Paulett has just opened with a new personal best of 13.55, and she's been followed by Erin Lowery, under 15 schools international. It's not that many competitions for a few years now. She's come in with a massive 13.85 in the shot. Erin Lowery 13.85. Over a metre better than she'd ever done before. First heat of the men's 400 metres on the track now. We've got Daniel Thomas playing instead on the inside. Luke Druid. We've got Joshua Strickland facing stone. Ryan Boniface facing stone. Harry Wheeler, Cardiff, and Kevin Crowder from Reading.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just a few moments before the start of this first race, Daniel Thomas, who wears 91, with 52.34, his best ever time. Luke Druid, really good day, he wears 68, and he's got a best of 52.47. Joshua Strickland wears 89. Joshua's got a best time of 52.20. Then in lane 4, Ryan Boniface. This is the inside lane national. Lane 5, Ryan Boniface wears 67. Ryan's got a best of 54.31. Harry Wheeler outside. Ryan, Cardiff vest, the red, black vest, the red vest there, has got a best time. Harry of 55 exactly. Kevin Cramner, who's with us many years ago, is a vet now, and he was 50 European National Referee by the time. His best 56.61. So that's the line of the first 4 races for the senior men's World.
Lane 5, Ryan Boniface completing a trio of Basingstoke and Midhants athletes. In this lineup, lane 6, Harry Wheeler, and lane 7, Kevin Cramner of Reading AC. Well, just a glimpse of Madison and Hutton having her first attempt on the shot, but unfortunately for her it's a foul. She was particularly impressive in the high jump, far exceeding her personal best. Watched her in the crowd's delight. Covered some of the most animated celebrations we've seen so far. But here we are, the 400 metre start for the first 4 men's 400 metre races. Most of these athletes in the early to mid 50s region, times wise. Luke Bruin in lane 3 is someone who's enjoyed a very strong day today, and we saw what kind of sprint speed he possesses in 100 metres. How that translates to speed endurance, I suppose we'll find out now. It's Thomas, Bruin, Strudwick, Boniface, Wheeler and Cramner in the first of 4 senior men's 400 metre heats. Here, the last event of today's decathlon. Harry Wheeler going very well out in lane 6, eclipsing Kevin Cramner to his right. Ryan Boniface getting into his running down the back straight. Luke Bruin making up some good ground too. Daniel Thomas looks to slightly be left behind at this point, but Harry Wheeler still out there in front, going very well indeed. Looks to be a battle for some of the lesser places currently between the likes of Bruin and Strudwick, with Daniel Thomas and Kevin Cramner getting left behind. So Harry Wheeler's faded slightly, and Bruin and Strudwick are neck and neck. Bruin's doing a better job of holding on. Strudwick looks to fade slightly, 51.44. That's a new personal best by just over a second from Bruin. It's been personal best galore for him today, the Frenchman. And in the home straight there, Bruin really did not look particularly tired at all. Holding his form very, very well in the closing stages of that race, whereas with Strudwick you can kind of tell he's starting to glance upwards, lose a bit of his composure. That's a first time failure. In that under 18
men's high jump for Finn O'Neill. Just to take another look at the first of 4 senior men's 400 meter races was Harry Wheeler, the Cardiff athlete who went out very, very hard. He was made to pay for it late on the last 150 meters or so. Luke Bruin paced his race to near perfection, you could say. Thomas and Cramner were never really in it. It was all about Bruin and Strudwick. After they chased down the hare that was Wheeler, it became a 2-horse race in a home straight. And ultimately Bruin prevailed. Let's take you through the athletes for the second senior men's 400 metres then. So there's no Troy McConville in lane 2, but there is Jamie Warman in lane 3, the Scott Ram in lane 4. Basingstoke and Midhants, yet another of their athletes with a very sizable contingent here today. Tom Chandler, he's in lane 5. Theo Adesina, a slow start, but did very, very well in the high jump that just happened. He's in lane 6, and Douglas Noel, with Victor East Kent, is in lane 7. So it's fairly even for the opening 50 to 100 metres or so. Chandler coming up on the shoulder of Adesina. He's looking fairly good. Adesina's coming with a response as they move past Noel. Warman and Ram seem to be quite distant at this point, particularly Warman. Adesina now, as they go round the bend with a marginal lead, but Chandler is fighting back. Chandler regains it as they approach the home straight. So it's Chandler from Adesina, but here comes Ram. After a modest start, Ram clearly had a lot left in his tank as he moves past both Adesina and Chandler, and it's Ram's race to lose now. And look at the clock, 50.38 there. Great run there from Scott Ram, a personal best by about half a second. It looked to be another 2-horse race, much like the 400 metre race that went before it. But Scott Ram of Amber Valley and Erewash AC had other ideas, conserving a lot of energy in his tank to move past Chandler and Adesina on the approach into the home straight. And he strode clear to stop the clock at 50.38. Pitts there with a second time failure at 1:56 in the under 20 and under 18 of men's high jump. Been interesting today. Everything's either happening all at once or nothing's happening at all. You can see there on the back straight, Chandler and Adesina moving past Noel. Looks to be wading through treacle at this point. Going around a bend, Adesina looks to have a slight edge. Chandler was very quick to do away with that advantage. Well, Ram pumped his arms nicely, maintained his form really, really well in the home straight. Adesina in particular faded quite strongly.
So, in a third of 4 senior men's 400 metres, well, we were supposed to have Callum Newby in lane 2, but he's not there. Ooh, this is the point at the decathlon where you start to see a few withdrawals. Perhaps there's a couple injury woes or worries starting to occur, but Callum Newby, DNS, big shame considering how well he's performed thus far. Nicolas Jerome goes in lane 3. Daniel Ryan is in 4. Elliot Thompson 5. Christian Brown 6. Alistair Stanley in 7. So the penultimate of the senior men's 400 metres is off. Christian Brown going very well in the opening stages. Elliot Thompson making a big effort to gain some ground down the back straight, as is Jerome on the inside. So it's Brown from Thompson from Jerome. This is much closer overall than the 2 heats that went before it though. Thompson now looks as if he's beginning to fade. Jerome comes up on Brown's shoulder. So it's Jerome and Brown leading proceedings. Thompson seems to fight back past Brown now, but Brown won't let him go past him. He's going to have to, because Thompson's stronger in the home straight. Jerome fades at a crucial point himself, and Thompson comes back brilliantly to take it in 50.06. While Brown showed great resolve to hold on for second there when it really looked like he was spent with 100 metres to go. 400 metres can so often be such a hard race to predict, even when there's not that much left, to be honest.
Oh my god. Yeah, right around there, and then there, and then I was like, oh, yeah.
Jerome burst
Yeah, I saw Nicholas coming up
into contention late on in the back straight and in the early point of the bend. At this point, it seemed like Thompson was going to fade out of contention in contrast, but
As he came around, he hit with the wing again. Oh my god.
that trio of Jerome, Thompson, Brown all showed so much fight. Fading and then coming back again. Thompson proved to be the strongest. It came down to it. Well, Jerome possibly just misjudged the pace of his run. So, going in this final senior men's 400 metre heat 4, supposedly the fastest. You've got Harry Kendall of Tonbridge AC, 49.15 his personal best. Caius Joseph going in the lane beside him to his right, lane 3, personal best of 48.7. Cal McLennan in lane 4, 48.87 his lifetime best. Sam Talbot 200 slower, he's in lane 5. Charlie Rowe, he goes in lane 6. 49.05, his best efforts. John McFarlane on the outside, 49.08, the previous best now. Harry Kendall and Charlie Rowe just buzzing after their respective performances in the high jump. Can they carry that enthusiasm into this 400 metres as the wind begins to pick up in certain areas of the track? So it's Kendall, Joseph, McLennan, Talbot, Rowe and McFarlane. Last action for the senior men's decathlon today. Talbot gets out very quickly, as does Joseph. Both looking to make a statement, perhaps compensate for supposed underperformance in the high jump. Rowe has also got into his running very, very well down the back straight after a relatively slow opening 100 metres. McFarlane determined not to let Talbot and Rowe escape from his grasp. But coming into the home straight is Talbot with a considerable lead. So it's Talbot who leads. Can he hold on? Because Harry Kendall is hot on his tail. Joseph a distant third. Talbot just about hangs on. 47.74. That's a personal best by over a second. Well, as I mentioned a couple times today, he does come into this competition off the back of a decathlon personal best last month. And his performances today have fluctuated slightly, but one thing you can say when it comes to his sprinting, when it comes to his running today, he most definitely has delivered. In the 100 metres at the beginning of the day and now the 400 metres at the end of it. Some two vintage performances from Sam Talbot. And he's evidently very, very delighted with that performance, and he has every reason to be. 47.74 unofficially there. Sam Talbot. Very, very curious now to see how the standings lie at the end of the day's play, so to speak. Sam Talbot was a man on a mission throughout that race. Across these four heats, probably the one athlete who went out with so much intent and had the strength to hold on. In the other heats, often the most intentful runner struggled to really capitalise on that lead that they built, but what a run from Talbot. Looked as if Kendall might have been able to charge and hound, especially considering the miracles that Kendall's been capable of today, but it wasn't to be. Talbot just about held on. And that concludes the action from the senior men's decathlon today, and that will resume tomorrow with 110 metre hurdles at 10:15. The next on the track will be the senior women's 200 metres in what is their last bit of competitive action today.
I was like,
So obviously we've still got under 20 and under 18 men's high jump action in the bottom two displays. High jump bars are at 1m77 and 1m65 respectively, and there's still a good few athletes in contention, as you can see. The senior women's 200 metres isn't expected to go for another 15 minutes, but I think the senior men's 400 metres end up going a bit early, so you never know, we'll keep an eye on that one. For the time being, we've got this high jump action to entertain us. Well, it's fitting, to be honest. I think the high jump across all the age groups and genders has perhaps been some of the most enjoyable athletics that we've seen today overall, and hopefully this under 18, under 20 men's competition can live up to that. Jay Cook-Berry on the bottom left. Unsuccessful there with his first attempt at 177. On the other side, Louis Morrison failing to clear 165 on his second go of it. It's Din O'Neill though. Again, seems to be quite angled there, leaning over towards one side. So here's Louis Morrison then. The last go of 165, and unfortunately it's not to be. He didn't look particularly close to clearing it either. Hopefully he's not hurt there. He seemed to be holding the back of his left quad on his dismount in the high jump bed. The senior women's 200 metres though. In which there are 3 races. And this first race, you can see there, nearest to the camera, Amy McTaggart, the Irish athlete. She's in lane 8. To her left, there's Beth Harriman of Harlow. Who's next to Laura Darcy. And to her left, there's Jordana Morris. And then in the inside lanes, there's Alice Lineker, Grace Bauer, and Grace Morgan. Just to take you through that again, it's Lineker, Bauer, Morgan Morris, Darcy Harriman, McTaggart. As Finn O'Neill is 177 in his second attempt in high jump. So in this race and the forthcoming track races this evening, a chance to wrap up your day in style, end on a positive note. Comes with spring in your step. Good start on the inside from Lineker Bowers. Morgan, is also going well as they enter the bend. McTaggart's holding her own on the outside though. It's fairly close. And in the middle lanes, Morgan, Morris and Darcy all coming through very, very well. Morgan slightly edging out Morris, but Morris is fighting back. Oh, and it's going to be so close to the line. I think Morris just edges it in 25.98. We'll obviously have to await official confirmation. If it's win legal and confirmed, then that will in fact be a personal best for Morris, who has never before gone under 26 seconds. Showed a really good fight, Morris, to come back in that home straight, to be honest, and move past Morgan when it looked like Morgan had the momentum in her favour. See there, it looked like Grace Morgan, upon entering the home straight, was just going to use that momentum to continue expanding her lead. Instead, Morris hunted her down and stopped the clock herself. Two more senior women's 200 metre races to go. We've got Sri Halema of Loughborough University. We've got Celia Perron, French athlete representing Albi. It's a lovely town, city, may I add. UNESCO World Heritage Site, for those of you who don't know. Sarah Connolly of Northern Ireland. Also going to Harrow AC, she's on 4. Clara Redbo of Hässelby FK, Swedish athlete, she's there in 5. Lauren Evans of Cardiff. Natasha Smith of Birchfield. She's been one of the strongest athletes today, those two, Evans and Smith. Well, Davey goes in lane 8. I think it might have been after 2 events that Lauren Evans was definitely in the lead, so there's an opportunity that she can really cement her medal chase, potentially a gold medal chase, with a good run here. It's Halema, Perron, Connolly, Rudbo, Evans, Smith and Davey. Not too much to separate them in the opening 50 metres or so. But Rudbo and Evans applying a lot of pressure on Smith and Davey to their right. Smith, Evans, Rudbo, Connolly all battling it out. Here comes Evans though. She's had such a good day and she's going to finish it with a smile on her face too. 25.31. She crosses the line in. It's a very close heat. She's hardly put a foot wrong all day, Lauren Evans. With Cardiff. She looks so exhausted she probably barely even noticed the time she's run. But she's impressed in just about every event today. And the fact that it was Natasha Smith to her right, who I think may have came home in second, says all you need to know about the direction of form today. Who woke up on the right side of bed and rose to the challenge. So one more senior women's 200 metre heat to come, and I'll take you through the lineup for that in a moment's time.
Okay, girls, please stand back while we're introducing
So, the athletes contesting this third and final senior women's 200 metre heat. Laura Voss of Germany on the inside. She's in lane 2. Jodie Smith wins the Slough Eton Hounslow athlete. Goes in 3. And Van der Wiel, two-time Dutch champion, in lane 4. She was supposed to be competing today alongside our identical twin sister. But unfortunately, her sister was a DNS, so it's just her. Neve Emerson, though, in 5 Commonwealth Games medalist, from the Gold Coast, on her way back from injury. Started off strongly with the hurdles. Had a bit of a disappointment in the high jump, not being able to register a mark. Came back nicely in the shot put. And this will be a great way to round off her day and help give her a boost in her comeback. Shado Dowder's in lane 6. She's had a great day. Defending champion Jo Rowland in 7 and Anna McCauley in 8. Jado Dowder getting off to an electric start out in lane 6 in a yellow of Newham and Essex Beagles. Jada Dowder speeding away. McCauley trying to hold her off on the outside. Neve Emerson not too far behind, but here comes Van der Wiel though. Van der Wiel storming clear. 24.01. That is very swift. Dutchwoman capable of 23.68. That's a PB. Type of time good enough to be a 200 meter specialist, to be honest. So, I mean, was it ever really in doubt? But Jada Dowd has certainly made her work for it. I mean, it's Anne van der Wiel who takes the third and final seeding women's 200 meter heat. And we'll pick up that heptathlon competition tomorrow at about 12:15, when I'll be contesting the long jump. So Jada Dowd has stormed out of the blocks. In the home straight. Van der Wiel really cemented her superiority, winning by quite some margin too. Eve Emerson gave a very good account of herself. Good to see her come through from that race injury-free. Obviously, was slightly worried during the high jump, the fact that she didn't register a mark and wasn't really to be seen after that seemed to depart the infield quite swiftly. Had me worried, had me concerned that she might have revived some injury problems, but it's good to see her out there competing. Good to see her out there okay. Under 20 and under 18 men's high jump still going on. We're at 183 and 174 now across the two bars. Successful clearance there through the decorum and tring athlete. Just enjoy a few of these jumps before the under 20 women's 200 meters, which there'll be 3 heats. We do seem to be slightly ahead of schedule on the track. Just Alistair Mackay of Inverness failing with his first effort at 174. Slightly lethargic in the approach there.
Okay, step one more out.
By contrast, lots of energy in Owens Broston's effort at 183. Maybe too much, judging by the way in which he went into the bar. So just hearing that the 200 meter run has been running into a headwind of about 2 meters a second in those senior women's heats. Probably expect that to continue for these under 20 women's heats too, but it makes how they're running, the times they're running, all the more impressive. Unfortunately for them, though, it's not something points-wise that's necessarily taken into account, I don't believe. Stephen Simmons, though, at Bedford. What can he do at 174? Oh, second attempt. That was lovely. That was like he grew a pair of wings, the way in which he went over that bar. And Monker going straight after him does exactly the same. And it's a string of second time clearances now because Alistair Mackay joins the club. Successful second time efforts of 1.74 meters. Over the far side now of Hereford and county athlete Patrick Morgan. He's through as we approach 190 nearly. He's got 183, I believe. But back to the 200 meters we go. This time with the first of three under 20 women's 200 meter races going in this one. Elise Fryer in 2, Madison Hutton in 3, Melissa Chung in 4, Bryony Bovell 5, and Holly Crenmer in 6. Madison Hutton seems a likely one to hunt, the Fresno State University athlete. Did well in the hurdles, was incredible in the high jump. She'll be looking to carry that charisma, that enthusiasm into this race. Bryony Bovell, I think it is, has pulled up in the early stages of this race, but Hutton, as expected, coming into the home straight very, very strongly. Elise Fryer, her nearest competitor, but as it stands, Hutton powering through the home straight. Keep an eye on the clock, 26.71, which is a marginal improvement on her season's best. Very much from start to finish, from gun to tape, it was Hutton's race. See, I think it was Bovell who seemed to pull up, if I'm not mistaken. It was a dominant performance from Hutton.
Yeah, be nice, mate. Yeah, I'll see you in a bit.
Be interesting to see how these remaining heats compare to hers in terms of winning times. Someone you think would be in medal contention. Certainly based on how she's performed today. Ed Foy there with an unsuccessful first attempt at 177. On the far side, we're still at 183. We're with the third attempts at it. Going in his second under-20 women's 200 metres, there is Hannah Wallace. In 2, going in 3, Fanatase's Imogen Davis. And lanes 4 and 5, it's the 2 Oxford City athletes, Iona Irvine and Eloise Hind. Hind is another athlete who will be hoping to use the momentum from the previous event, the high jump, to propel her to a good time here. Obviously in an event like the heptathlon, so many different disciplines that comprise it, the confidence can really fluctuate depending on how each individual event goes. As I mentioned earlier, everyone will be hoping to rest their head tonight in good spirits, feeling positive about their hopes for tomorrow.
On your box.
So, Second heat of the under-20 women's 200 metres is part of their heptathlon. It's Wallace, Davis, Irvine and Hind. Wallace going well on the inside in the early stages. The two Oxford City athletes in the outside lanes 4 and 5 both holding their own though, and it will indeed be that duo who lead into the straight, particularly Iona Irvine is working around very hard. Her teammate Hind trying to gain on her, but it's too little too late. 25.5 is the winning time for Irvine. Previous best 26.26, so she'll be waiting for the wind reading and official confirmation with plenty of anticipation. Oh, he rattles the bar massively on his third and final attempt at 177. And to be honest, I don't know how he was so confident to celebrate that vigorously on the high jump head while it was rattling like that. I think one of the officials actually stuck a hand and was like, calm down a little there, mate, because you might actually send the bar off if you celebrate too much before you get off. But luckily it stayed on, and he'll be having a pop at 180. So going in his third and final under-20 women's 200 metre heat, Stephanie Brooks of Yayton District into the Northern Irish athlete representing City of Lisbon. Molly Ann Curran is in lane 3. Erin Lobley of Hallamshire Harriers is in 4. Berry ACs of Rosella Togo goes in 5. And Trafford ACs Abigail Pola goes in lane 6. Purcell West of 24.32. Reigning champion, of course, and the firm favourite to retain her title. It's Brooks, Curran, Lobley, Togo and Howland. In the last act, this is the under-20 women's heptathlon today. Molly Ann Curran going very well on the inside, but Paula predictably running blind on the outside, but it does not faze her. She's going very, very strongly. So Paulette with a clear lead. Everyone else fairly even, but Paulette is just storming clear. She's in a complete different race, a race of her own, 24.12. Betters her personal best by 0.2 of a second, unofficially. Obviously going to have to wait on official confirmation, wind readings and all that, but very dominant run, running blind on the outside lane. Solo effort from Abigail Paulette. Interestingly, she's Walked off the track and explained to her coach that she actually fell out of the block. So to run that well, despite that, well, speaks for itself really, and it makes you think what else she has in locker. How much faster can she go? An impressive run nonetheless. She didn't seem to slow down at all in the closing stages. The definition of running to the line and beyond it, really and truly. So remarkably, all four girls contesting that second heat ran a personal best despite a headwind of 5.2 meters a second. Obviously, I know the headwind technically only applies in the home straight. When you're coming out of the blocks, when you're going around the bend, it's very much kind of crosswind, or sometimes it can almost work to your benefit. But to be running into that in the home straight and still run a personal best, very, very impressive, particularly at their age. High jump bar on the near side though is 180, on the far side 186.
I can just imagine him saying it in his voice. Panic attack.
Miss McConville with a very short run up at 186, and he does it on his third and final attempt. Another person who's given the high jump bar a bit of a shake there, but no harm in that. Makes it all the more entertaining, plays of our nerves, you could say. Patrick Morgan trying to replicate what he just done in his third and final attempt at 186, and he doesn't quite get it right there, and that's the end of his high jumping. While Simmons will have one more attempt at 180. It's worth remembering that these guys have actually got 400 meters to run in a sec, almost as soon as this is over. Will some of the competitors who went out earlier benefit from the extra rest, or is it such a small amount of time it doesn't really make a difference?
Come on, go.
As Mackay of Inverness also fails on his second go of 180. So on the far side now we're up to 189. And it's Jamie Hopkins who's next to have a go at it. You can see in the bottom right of your screen, coming from the left bar, and he's going to have two more goes at it. Meanwhile, Ed Foy, in his final attempt, just clips it with the back of his heels there. Back with the last of the 200 metres, two under 18 girls heats. In this one goes Charlie Sampson into Zion Ateba in 3, Grace Coleman in 4, Neve Davenport in 5, and Amani Kola of Highgate Harriers in lane 6, nearest to where our camera is positioned. So we're underway with the penultimate 200-meter race of the day. The athletes in the outside, Davenport and Colmer, seem to be enjoying a good run thus far. Kola doing her best to try not get run out of it. Davenport's lost a bit of ground in Colmer now. It's Colmer's race to lose. And she's going to stop the clock at 25.87. Grace Coleman winning the first of 2 under 18 goals 200 meter heats. Saw Will Sutton on the bottom of the screen there, unable to clear the bar with his first effort of 189. It does appear to be yet another personal best, this time for Grace Coleman. So it's quite a variable conditions. Lots of athletes still profiting from it. Davenport did come back strongly, to be fair, for second. After looking relatively spent coming into the home straight. Here's Hopkins though. And he's got one more attempt at 189. He's made the trip down from Liverpool. And I'd be hoping to ensure it was worthwhile. Fantastic clearance there though. From Nathan Ramsey, representing Sheffield Dern. So far I believe he's the only athlete progressing to 192. It's a bit of an opportunity for a few athletes here. A lot of the athletes involved in the latter stages of this under 20 men's high jump weren't necessarily too high on the leaderboard going into this event, so definitely a chance to make up a bit of a gap, close down points difference. Before we finish watching that though, it's the last 200 meter race of the day, under 18 girls 200 meter heat 2. Their last bit of action today in their heptathlon is Arabella Wilson, Sarah Rogers, Chison Wafor, Daphne Adebayo and Sophie Doherty. So up and running, the last race, the last event, the under 18 girls heptathlon today, before they continue tomorrow. Daphne Adebayo going well, but as Chisom and Wafor came into straight with an advantage, Rogers and Wilson are both passed though, and Wilson is striding clear
And Waffle's fighting back and she'll probably overtake Rogers, but it's Wilson's race at 24.85. She wins it in unofficially. It's a great run there from Arabella Wilson to finish the day. And Waffle showed good endurance to come back late on. Wilson did a great job of running through the inside though. Very tight to the bend. Using her arms to good effect. The taller figure from Waffle did very well to chase down Rogers. To nip second. A great one from Arabella Wilson of Winchester in District AC. And the under-18 girls heptathlon restarts tomorrow at 10:30 in the morning with the long jump. And later on in the day they'll have the javelin at 1 p.m. followed by the 800 meters at 4:15 p.m. So if that's of particular interest to you, those are the times to look out for. Of course, it's all on the England Athletics website, and this is what you've all been waiting for: a scoreboard update. Jado Dowda leading the heptathlon, of course, champion from last year, 3,598 points. So quite a margin, 190 points ahead of Anne van der Wiel. Lauren Evans, who's been very, very impressive today, is predictably in third. Clara Radbo fourth. Natasha Smith, I'm slightly surprised to see her that low down. Trying to get the gist, the feeling that she's had a good day too. She's on 3,302 points, but she's really not far behind Evans or Radbo. 20 behind Radbo, 95 behind Evans. Fantastic clearance there from Will Sutton. I think that was at 192.
Go take a picture of me, please.
And I believe this is Sammy Ball. Oh, and that's brilliant from him. That's brilliant. Sammy Ball, he had a ball with the shot put. Quite literally. He's done a very good job of that. 197 is outdoor best, I believe. So he's fast approaching that. Ramsey very fast on the approach. Frustratingly for him, just caught the bar with his heels. Might have been slightly higher up on his leg, but doesn't make it any less frustrating. And here's scored so far in the under-18 heptathlon. Chisom and Wafor, we saw a fight back brilliantly for second in that last under-18 goals 200 meters to beat Saren Rogers into third, who happens to be second in the overall standings. So how crucial will that be? Meanwhile, Arabella Wilson down in fifth.
They're ruling the roost in the 200 metres. How much of an impact would that have on the scoreboard? But there we go though, Nathan Ramsey with the clutch. Third time clearance of 192. Springing his step on the approach, springing his step in celebration afterwards.
Come on.
He'll have a pop at 195 now. We had Waffle leading the under-18s, heptathlon, Rogers second, Colmer third. Here's the under-20s again. Another person set to retain the title as it stands, Abigail Paulett. And that is a humongous lead. About 430, just under it. Ahead of Eloise Hind. Madison Hutton's had a great day. Rosella Togo's been very, very consistent, but hasn't been dominant in a particular event in a way that the three ahead of her have. So perhaps she just needs one event tomorrow to go her way in a big way to insert herself into medal placings. But it's really hard to see Abigail Paulett losing it from this position. It's inconceivable, to be honest. Now, the senior decathlon, this one very, very interesting. Now, Luke Bruin in the 100 and 400 meters has had a great time of it, but in other events, and sorry, in the long jump as well, he did brilliantly too. But in the shot put and the high jump was probably left wanting a bit more, hence why he's down there. Harry Kendall has just exceeded expectations again and again. Sam Talbot was emphatic in the 400 metres at the end, as he was in the 100 metres at the beginning of the day. And that senior men's decathlon is shaping up really, really nicely. Nathan Ramsey, though, 195, dealt with so comfortably. Goes with what I was saying earlier. It's a bit funny sometimes watching an athlete toil at a particular height. The bar gets raised and it's like, oh, piece of cake. It's almost like they rise to the challenge, literally rise to it. Here's Will Sutton approaching from the other side, and oh, that was almost brilliant. I was literally about to congratulate him, call it a successful clearance, and then just at the last little bit of his body again is it's all the more frustrating, all the more excruciating when you've maneuvered your head, your neck, your shoulder back, hips over, and your feet clip it. Sammy balls through though. No qualms for him.
Sammy ball clear there in that high jump. Sammy outstanding under 17 athlete. Under 17 decathlon champion and English school doctor.
He had such a good time of it in the shot puts. And he's putting in another tremendous performance here is Sammy Ball. So at 195, can confirm, is a season's best for Ramsey. 198 will be a crack and a personal best, bettering the 197 that he achieved last year if he can do it. Finn O'Neill leads the under-18s decathlon, as you saw there on your screen. Ramsey will have to make use of
The ball is at 198 now in that
second and potentially third go if he wants to set this PB, which I'm sure he does.
If our assumption is right, 198 is worth 785. Ramsey just
Anyone who clears this height of 198 will bag 785 points, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, and that's absolutely stellar from Crawley's Sutton. 198 at the second time of asking. And he's guaranteed to have a shot at 201. Interestingly, this is his first year in his age group, so he's young for this age group, which makes it even more impressive. Sammy Ball got a personal best of 2 meters exactly, which he jumped in the indoors on the 9th of January. If he gets this, he'll have a chance of bettering it. Wasn't the worst attempt. Maybe slightly premature with the takeoff, but he's clearly got it in him. Especially considering so many of his clearances were first time ones. Under 18 boys 400 meter runners just warming up. In a moment's time we'll take you through them, but boy are we enjoying this under 20 men's high jump competition. I told you it would be a banger. The high jump is the event that really delivered today for me personally. Get in touch with @England Athletics on Twitter and let us know which event you've enjoyed the most. But for me, high jumps, Adam Hall there leading the under 20 decathlon, and it's I'm surprised only 10 points ahead of Sammy Ball. But considering Hall didn't do too much in this high jump, you reckon Ball will probably overtake him at the close of play today? Ramsey with another failure there at 198. He's going to need to come up clutch again, is the Yorkshireman. Such good build for this event. Oh, such a good attempt there. Sammy Ball at 198. Much like Ramsey, he's got one more chance to make the necessary adjustments to try and conquer this height of 1m98. Just the one person through so far, Will Sutton, if I remember correctly. Pretty sure Ball and Ramsey have been quite reluctant to get the crowd involved in a way that some of the athletes we've seen are, and he won't be doing on this occasion. So here we go, Ramsey, third attempt at 198, and oh, got such good elevation, but seemed to dip at the wrong time. And he's given such a good account of himself I mean, he seems slightly disappointed, but it's understandable, but there's no reason to be. He's gone so close to his personal best. And made for such an entertaining under-20 men's high jump competition. Sammy Ball's next to go, but might have to wait until after this under-18 boys 400 meters. Oh, it's not. Here comes Ball. Oh, near identical to his second attempt. So Will Sutton, I mean, comes out on top in his under-20 men's high jump. But of course, he'll be hoping to bag himself some even more points. Solo crusade at 2:01, but first, the under-18 boys 400 meters featuring Jay Cook, William Reed, Finn O'Neill, Patrick Tatton, and Suleiman Wheels. Finn O'Neill in lane 4, of course, is the current event leader for this under-18 boys decathlon as it stands. Still time for that to change, though. Great running from McLean Tatton. And O'Neill's going to go with him. So it's O'Neill and McLean Tatton almost battling out. Is it a 2-horse race already, or is there time for some of the other athletes to get back in the mixture? Will Reed certainly has them in his sights, but has he let them get away from him too early on? So it's McLean Tatton and O'Neill battling it out around the bend. O'Neill seems to have the slight edge as they approach the home straight. And O'Neill maintains his lead into the home straight. McLean Tatton looks tired. Does he have another gear? But no, O'Neill simply expands the gap, powering home to a time of 51.44, just 500ths outside his personal best time. And he'll extend his lead slightly going into day 2 of the under-18 boys decathlon. You can see there from the replays, Will Sutton, an unsuccessful couple of attempts at 2:01. Gonna have one more go at this, in pursuit of personal best, in pursuit of more points, in pursuit of medals. That's a lot of pursuits. It's not cycling there. In terms of the track action, just 3 more races to go. With the under-20 men's 400 meters. I have to wait a moment though, because Will Sutton's still got another attempt at the high jump, or he doesn't. So either he's had the third attempt while we were busy focusing on the 400 meters, or he just decided to conserve himself for the 400. Safe in the knowledge that he's topped the points tally for the high jump. So I don't know how long we'll have to wait for this under 20 men's 400 meter heats, particularly because 3 or 4 of the athletes are only just leaving the infield now, and they'll probably want a bit of time to get ready for the 400, but we'll keep you updated regarding that. What a run that was though from Finn O'Neill, battling his compatriot. McLean Tatton got drawn into that duel, but he just didn't have any more to give, to be honest with you. Sal's just referring to there a bit of a lull in the action while we wait for the under-20 men's to prepare themselves for their 400-meter heats. Might be the last bit of action today, so that's the start list for the first of 3. I'll hold off on introducing them for the time being, considering they're not even out on the track yet, warming up. Thanks for joining us today, though. And as always, it's been a great day of athletics action. We've seen just an array of impressive times, heights, distances. It's always good to see, particularly the young athletes, at such an early point in their journey. See a couple of them, maybe some more, could potentially get GB honours for the first time this summer, which will be a very pivotal moment in their career. Stars in the making. Obviously certain athletes might have their first crack at senior international honours in the Commonwealth Games this summer as well. And I'd like to think I've teed things up nicely for my colleague Scott Eburn to carry the baton home tomorrow, with the final day of these decathlon and heptathlon events, where we'll see winners crowned. As you got some high jump results on the screen there. Of course, Lauren Evans, currently 3rd in the senior women's high jump, 170 senior women's decathlon, heptathlon, sorry, the fatigue is getting to me. I think I run a 400 myself. 177 she jumped, Sarah Connolly 174, Jordana Moresh jumped the same. Just shows how closely contested each event has been, particularly the high jump. And look at this, 4 athletes in the under 20s women's high jump achieving the same mark. I think the under 18s even. Chisom and Wafo, of course, the current event leader. The under 20 women's high jump, Eloise Hind had a great performance, 171. Abigail Paulett, the current leader, by a humongous margin, 168. She achieved. Elise Fryer 162, Togo 159, and Davis 141. In the senior women's shot put, Jo Rowlands took it at 13.89, Jade O'Dowd at 13.44, and Neve Emerson 13.42. Recovered nicely from disappointment in the high jump, while Jade O'Dowd, reigning champion, has been predictably consistent throughout, going into day 2 with the lead. Chisom and Wafo, who, much like Abigail Paulett in the under 20s, just been so dominant, you know, coming first or second in practically everything. 13.81 she achieved. Daphne Adebayo 13.49, did very well on the shot. She was really disappointed, on the verge of tears. Hope she doesn't mind me saying, after her performance in the high jump. You know, particularly for a young athlete, she had a very good mentality to put that behind her. Abigail Paulett, I mentioned her dominance. Now look at it there, nearly 2 meters ahead of the next nearest competitor in the under 20 shot.
He wears 27. First under 20 decathlon, 3rd in the Scottish Indoor Championships. He's got a best of 56.09.
Including the line of in-lane 7, Alexander Sturziker.
Some women's, senior women's 200 metre results. Jordana Morris,
Under 20 decathlon.
very good account of herself today, 25.97. Good for the win. Remember, these girls are running into a headwind for these 200 metres. Yeah, much of these were still personal or season's best times.
Quickly get your block set ready to race.
26.02 for Grace Morgan. Abigail Powlett was just just ridiculously dominant. Over a second, she won this by. Molly Curran was good for second. And Rosella Togo, you could see in a few of these results, just outside the medal placings, perhaps lacking the consistency that some of the other medal contenders have shown. Under 18 200 metre results now. That's the wrong way round. Not to worry. Some of their hurdles results. Neve Davenport winning her heat in 15.59. 10ths ahead of Zion Ateba. Seren Rogers, who've been battling it out so closely with Chisom and Wafor in every single event. First and second in the overall standings, and it's been more or less first or second being exchanged, but like a baton between the two of them across so many events. We're about to witness the first of 3 under 20 men's 400 metre heats. Going in this one, you've got Carl Neal in lane 2, Ed Boy in 3, Owen Sproston is in 4, Josh Robinson 5, Alistair Mackay 6, and Alexander Sturzaker is in 7th.
Carly in 4, Owen Sproston, Josh Robinson, Alistair Mackay, and Alexander Sturziker.
Neil Foy, Sproston, Robinson, Mackay and Sturziker. So we're in the last set of races today. Mackay opening the race really well, moving past Sturziker already as they entered the back straight. Foy also applying pressure on Sproston on his right shoulder. But it's Mackay with a sizable lead as they enter the final bend. Foy doing his best to try and close the gap, whilst Sproston makes some gains too. As we enter the home straight, it's still Mackay, but Foy has been gradually closing down the gap, and you get the impression that Mackay might have given too much too early on. As Foy comes through to take it in 53.73, and Mackay almost relinquishes second place as well, just about holding on for that in front of Sproston, but very well paced race by Foy of the Quorum to take it in 53.73 in the first of 3 under 20 men's 400 metre heats. Mackay looked to have the race done and dusted early on, but Ed Foy was not fazed at all by the lead that he opened up, and ran a really intelligent, composed race. Closed him down, didn't react early on to Mackay's intent, but instead was patient and waited for his opportunity, which came eventually in the home straight. Similar opportunity almost opened up for Sproston, but Mackay had just enough left in the tank to hold off him. Before he takes it, 53.73. 2 more races to go. Just waiting for the athletes to come out for their second under 20 400 metre heat. Here's some results from the senior men's shot put though. Harry Kendall just exceeding expectations in practically every event. Been very, very consistent with his performances throughout the day. Sam Talbot, very impressive too. Meanwhile, the shot put was maybe Caius Joseph's strongest performance of the day. 2. Patrick Morgan, very impressive at both the shot put and the high jump, as was Sammy Ball. Adam Hall has just been fantastic all day and very, very consistent. 2 big performances from Morgan and Ball there to put themselves in serious contention.
In the under 20 men, the first race was run by Edward Foy, 53.72. Which is outside his lifetime best. Alistair McKay, 54.64. Also outside his.
Finn O'Neill, been ever present at the top of a lot of standings. Just got edged out by Jacob by just 3 centimetres in the under 18 shot put final. Great jump from Joel McFarlane in the senior men's long jump.
Around 60.88. Just outside his own time. And Alex Persinger, 62.6.
Albeit a distance that was intriguing, bettered in the under 20s. As you can now see on your screens, Adam Hall, 7 meters and 8 centimeters. 7 centimeters better than the best jump of the seniors. And again, Sammy Ball, ever present Will Reed took it in the under-18s with 6.56. Quite some way ahead of the next best from Finn O'Neill, 6.22 effort. Some results from the under-18s 100 metres. Will Reed took it by just 0.04 from McLean Tatton and Finn O'Neill. Such flying margins throughout. What a race this was, though. I think the times run in this senior men's 100 metres shocked everyone. Talbot, Kendall, Joseph, McFarlane all breaching the 11-second barrier. Lots of PBs being run. Well, on the under-20s 100 metres. It's great running from Joe Frew. Stopping the clock at 11:35. Look, Bruin has enjoyed most of its success in running events. I think I mentioned earlier, 100 metres and the 400 metres, he really shone. And was a little bit quiet otherwise, but take nothing away from this impressive personal best time that he ran in the senior 400 metres of 51.43, the Loughborough University student. We're still just waiting for the under 20 men to come out for the second 400 metre heat. As I suggested, I think the elongated finish to the high jump has probably delayed the time in which they've come out. Here's some results from the first heat though while we wait. I know it's a little bit jumbled up. You can see there, Edward Foy came through for the win. Here we are though, the under 20 men in heat 2 of the 400 metres, finally out and setting their blocks in preparation for what's the penultimate race of the day. Six athletes are supposed to be running
can only actually see 4 of them on the track though. So that has been 1 or 2 withdrawals in the senior and under 20s amongst the men. Which, as I've said, is, you know, nothing out of the ordinary. It's a very grueling event, doing 10 different events, 10 different disciplines across 2 days. To take his toll on anyone's body, really and truly. In this race, we've got Will Hoody, Adam Hull, Jamie Hopkins, Lex McConville, Ben Pitts, and Will Sutton. Now, Will Sutton is one of the people that doesn't appear to be present, although I've just said that and he's appeared, so maybe he's the genie. But in all seriousness, I guess he probably felt he needed to spend less time out on the track warming up, considering he's only just finished the high jump. So it'll be interesting to see how sharp he feels after being the last to depart the infield.
Hey lads, you've got 4 minutes. We've got 5 new starters for you as well.
So just going through their final motions in the penultimate race of the day, this under 20 men's 400 meters. Definitely one of the less predictable of the events this weekend. Not necessarily referring specifically to the 400 meters, more just this under 20 men's decathlon. Quite a few more medal contenders, quite a few more gold medal contenders than some that are perhaps more clear cut, like the under 20 women's, in which Abigail Polet stands head and shoulders above everybody, really and truly, with all due respect. So that's definitely one thing that carries a sense of intrigue through each round.
In this second heat, we're starting out, we shall have Will Hoody, Adam Hall, Jamie Hopkins, Lex McConville, Ben Pitts, and Wilson.
Okay guys, can I have you ready to race, please? Do you want to go back to your parents and then just...
So on the inside, we're in lane 2, Will Hoody from there. Will wears 24. His second year in the age group, he's got less than 52.41.
So just to remind you of the lineup for the second under 20 men's 400 meter heat, we have Will Hoody in lane 2, his fellow Scottish athlete Adam Hull in lane 3, who's currently one of the athletes in contention to win overall. Jamie Hopkins of Liverpool, Pembroke and Sefton Harriers, he's in 4 in the light blue vest.
in the Windsor Style Eden Hounslow vested. Lex McConville in 5. Ben Pitts will not race in lane 6. Well, Will Sutton, who we just saw put on a show in the high jump, well, we'll be finding out how much more he's got left in his legs in lane 7.
Good boy.
So Hoddy, Hall, Hopkins, McConville and Sutton. Penultimate race of the day. Be interesting to see what Sutton does running blind. Obviously the tendency is a lot of the time just to attack it, but it looks fairly relaxed there. I mean, it's fairly non-committal opening stage to this race overall, I would say. Adam Hall, probably the one attacking the most down the back straight. Here comes Hoddy though, his fellow Scot. Going round the bend, Jamie Hopkins wants to say on the matter now. But Hoddy seems to have a slight lead into the straight. So it's Hoddy from Hall. Hopkins down in 3rd. Adam Hall looks as if he's starting to lose ground on Hoddy. He's pushing very hard in the home straight, and 51.16 is the winning time for Will Hoddy. Adam Hall takes 2nd. Hopkins takes 3rd. It could be another set of personal bests in order, in all fairness. Quite a subdued start, as I mentioned there in commentary. No one really went out all guns blazing. Who decided to put his foot on the gas down the back straight. As did Hoddy with the supposed disadvantage of having the tight inside lane. There was 2 Scots battling it out in the home straight. Of course, it was Hall who was most impressive in the long jump and in the 100 metres. But he can't have it all his own way. And Will Hoddy wins the penultimate race of the day. So one more race to come. The last of these under 20 men's 400 metre races. That'll be one of the first back on the track tomorrow. 9:55 start for them in the 110 metres hurdles. And there's the lineup for this final race. It's Joe Frew of Reading AC in lane 2. He won his 100 metre race at the start of the day. Since then he's been slightly anonymous, as harsh as that sounds. Louis Morrison, another person who he won his 100 metre race as well, and again hasn't really seemed to have been too impactful since then. Sammy Ball and Patrick Morgan, they've just been pulling rabbits out of a hat at every juncture, especially with the shot put and the high jump performances that they produce. Stephen Simmons has gradually came into contention. Craig Moncur has consistently been there and thereabout, but hasn't really threatened the higher up places. Well, Nathan Ramsey really burst into everyone's consciousness with that outstanding high jump performance just before this. Much like Will Sutton, who went before him, I wonder how much he's got left in the tank with the quick turnaround time.
And runs 53.58. Zambian schools champion last year, 9 in the English championships at this track the last season. So Nathan Ramsey on the outside.
So the last race of the day, can we end it in style? Interestingly, Louis Morrison will not contest this race. He was supposed to be in lane 3. Appears to be one of a few casualties. Hope it's not an injury or anything too serious if it does turn out to be an injury for him. Either way, it's good that they've taken the necessary precaution. So the athletes contesting this race is through Ball, Morgan Simmons, Moncur and Ramsey in the last race of the day. Under 20 men's 400 meters, heat 3. And as they curve around the men, let's see who gets off to the best of starts. Well, lots of intent being shown by Moncur. Same for Morgan in the green of Hereford and County. Very tight down the back straight. Morgan seems to be giving it the most energy though. Soaring into the lead as they approach the bend. How will the others respond? There's a quartet hot on his tail, but have they given him too much room? Will Morgan fade into the home straight? So there's Ball, Simmons, Ramsey, all looking to chase him down. Ball is the best bet of doing so. But Morgan is pushing hard to the line, and Morgan is going to take it. 50.73. Ball was close behind him, but Ball is holding the back of his right quad. That is slightly worrying now. Obviously, he's got until tomorrow to recover, but hopefully there's not something too serious for Ball. He stopped holding it now, but Morgan, mentioned it, Morgan and Ball, very impressive in the shot put, very impressive in the high jump, and they brought that form into this 400 meters there. Morgan not too far out, his personal best of 50.64. So very composed opening 100 meters from Morgan. He found the accelerator pedal down the back straight, and he never let up since then. Obviously, as an athlete, you know your body better than anyone else. You kind of get the impression that maybe the likes of Ball or Simmons could have responded a bit sooner to Morgan, made him sweat a little bit more, and perhaps even had a chance of beating him, especially considering Ball seemed to be gaining on him in the home straight. Either way, fantastic performance by the lot of them, especially Patrick Morgan. He's the best performer in a shot put, did very well in the high jump too, and now he's come out on top in the 400 meters. Look very much forward to following this competition tomorrow. Of course, I'll be handing over to my good friend and colleague Scott Eburn, who will have the glory run tomorrow, taking you through the close of the heptathlon and decathlon competitions. But thank you for joining me, James Truscott, today, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the England Senior and Under 20 Combined Events Championships tomorrow.